Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the June 13th, 2023 City Council Successor Agency meeting. We have a quorum, and we were planning to have the mayor participate remotely, but due to no Wi-Fi and poor cellular service, he will not be participating, so I'll be conducting the meeting tonight. So let's begin. Margaret, can we get a roll call, please?
Absolutely. Councilmember Mendoza? Here. Vice Mayor Meyer?
Here.
Councilmember Orlemans?
Present.
Councilmember Pearson? Here. And let the record reflect that Mayor Bryant is absent.
Thank you. And if you can all join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And Margaret, do we have public comments this evening?
Yes, I have 6 for in-person and 1 hand raised on Zoom. And let's see, I'll go ahead and start. I received 0 written public comments for this section of the agenda prior to the meeting. We'll take public comments in the council chambers, followed by Zoom public comment. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand to speak under public comment. If you're in person, please file a speaker card. At this time, the public is permitted to address the city council on items that are not on the agenda, items listed under presentations, informational reports, or on the consent calendar, and requests for future agenda items, new requests. Please save your comments for any other items that are on the agenda for that part of the meeting. Remarks are limited to 5 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. While we encourage your comments, state law prevents the city council from discussing items that are not on their meeting agenda. If appropriate, staff will follow up on them with you directly, and a speaker may not allocate his or her time to another speaker. I'll start with the in-person public comments. I'll call on Lisa Waldron. Yeah. That item's actually for another item. I'll call on Laura Avila.
Hello this evening. First, I would like to commend Rod Floor, who was on the Planning Commission. I've had the pleasure of knowing Rod for over 5 years and am absolute in knowing he has the integrity, intelligence, and mindfulness to fully grasp issues and address them in a manner befitting his office. Second, why, when a member of the council exhibits inexcusable behavior on my dais, the people's dais, that they get a pass? In a 3-2 vote, the council gave themselves a warning. Why? When it was one individual whose uncontrolled behavior was in direct contrast to what is expected of the office they hold. And why was there even a motion, let alone a vote for something that was not on the agenda? If a child in a classroom exhibited behavior that culminated in intimidation of an individual, should the whole class face consequences due to the transgressions perpetrated by one? Or are they accessories because they share the same space? Ms. Pearson, while I can't tell if you're listening to me, ma'am, while you were a pro tem judge, if a prosecutor or defense attorney addressed you disrespectfully and or conducted themselves inappropriately while in your courtroom, would all officers of the court also be reprimanded with contempt for the inexcusable behavior of one? I don't think that'll happen. It's only the offender who would be held in contempt, and I know you'd agree. That scenario is no different than what happened in this very chamber with the appalling behavior exhibited by Mr. Orlemans. And shame on you, Mr. Orlemans, as you've yet to apologize, nor have you shown remorse for demeaning the office you hold and insulting those, such as myself, who bore witness. Mr. Orleman's egregious behavior was not a one-off, as it occurred on April 25th, directed at the mayor, and subsequently on May 9th, directed at a speaker. Third, I'd also like to address what an individual said to Jovita Mendoza, and I quote, "You were from East Oakland. Don't think for a second we think you were scared," end quote. No one should presume to know what a person feels based upon where they grew up, as if it is a precursor for how you should feel when their personal safety has been compromised. As someone who grew up in the projects in New York City, I can certainly validate Jovita's concern, and don't think for a moment that I, as witness to the irrational behavior of someone who packs a gun and not knowing what they're capable of, that I wasn't concerned for my safety and those in this chamber. And the last issue I'd like to bring to the attention of this chamber is, while we all have a right to our opinions, to muddy the water and present them as fact by way of innuendo or statement is misleading and irresponsible, especially by those whose profession dictates neutrality. And I thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Dick DeRossi. Not sure if I got the last name correct.
I just wanted to speak on the water that we're here for tonight. So, is it talking about other things now?
Can I get a show of raised hands here? Who's here for the water? And can I also find out who is here for the pride flag later on? Okay. I'm okay with the water speaking happening, like if we need to move it up, perhaps, since we've got a larger number.
I believe the water item is the first item after consent calendar, and that would
Okay,
be the
so-
appropriate item. Since it's the public hearing, to be more appropriate to have any comments during the public hearing and not before.
Yeah. So, sir, if you could wait just a little bit longer, we'll be getting to that item. Thank you.
The next speaker is Clifton Fagerquist.
At the last Planning Commission meeting on June 6th, Commissioner Rod Floor brought up several issues related to the 23-year-old conditional use permit for the Deer Ridge Golf Course Clubhouse. Because of a snafu that involved the city attorney, these issues could not be discussed in detail at the June 6th meeting because the city attorney said they could not be discussed and could only be discussed at a later Planning Commission meeting. This was, of course, very frustrating for Commissioner Floor. In any case, Commissioner Floor did mention the issue of severability with respect to the 23-year-old conditional use permit for the clubhouse. The city manager and city attorney appear to be working on the assumption that the 23-year-old conditional use permit for the clubhouse is still in force even though the golf course closed in 2019. And that the 23-year-old conditional use permit can simply be conflated to include the proposed restaurant bar, even though the golf course is closed. However, the legal reasoning for this conflation is dubious, to say the least. In the year 2000, a conditional use permit was granted by the city of Brentwood with the understanding that the clubhouse and parking lot were to be operated to service a functioning golf course. The permit was not granted by the city with the understanding that the clubhouse would be separately run entity independent of the golf course. In other words, the operation of the clubhouse is not severable from the golf course itself. The city manager and city attorney have made a serious error in indicating to Mr. McCauley that a restaurant bar is covered by that 23-year-old conditional use permit, and that no new conditional use permit is required for opening a restaurant bar at the clubhouse location in Deer Ridge. The city manager's end run around the normal permit vetting process for a completely new commercial activity at the clubhouse location suggests that the city manager did not want to provide public notice, public attention, public comment, or public feedback on what could be a highly contentious issue for Deer Ridge residents. In essence, to fly under the radar and get this done during the summer when people are on vacation and less attentive to what is happening. Will the City Council and Planning Commission allow this legal error and circumvention of the normal permitting process to stand?
Thank you. The next speaker is Don Pryor.
Can we speak on the sports complex right now?
We have I think a lot of speakers for a lot of different items right now. I think for now, we're going to stick with the public comments. Thank you.
The next speaker is Aldo Grande.
Uh, 29 years ago, this month, my family moved to Brentwood. Through the years, I have attended numerous city council meetings, read hundreds of reports, but mostly listened to each member to see how they voted and how they interacted with each other. Composition of the council has obviously changed through the years, but I have to say this current council is an enigma, a mystery to me. At times, the members do not seem to be in harmony, and there have been situations where disagreements have reached a level that challenge the patience of others. However, there is one area where harmony and agreement have had unanimous approval: your proclamations. Since the beginning of the year, this council has endorsed over 30 proclamations, bringing to light the struggles, efforts, and accomplishments made by certain individuals and groups, designating a certain day, week, or month, and celebrating events such as Black History, Women's History, Cancer Awareness, to name a few. In fact, staff had prepared a yearly list of possible proclamations in January for your review, which you basically followed through each month. However, I'm not here tonight to discuss the proclamations you have approved, rather the individuals and groups that were not listed and their accomplishments and sacrifices that should have been recognized. Our veterans. Acknowledging the ultimate sacrifices that were made by our military personnel, Memorial Day is a federal holiday in the United States, honoring and mourning the U.S. military personnel who have died. Surprisingly, Memorial Day was not on the list, and there was no proclamation. Later this year, my family will fly to Ohio to celebrate the retirement of my daughter. She is a graduate of the United States Air Force Academy. She spent 25 years in service to this country on assignments all over the world. She entered as a second lieutenant and will retire as a full bird colonel. I'm extremely proud of my daughter, as well as all the other service members who are currently active in military operations around the world. The third Saturday of May each year is designated as Armed Forces Day, the day Americans celebrate their military. Yet Armed Forces Day was not on the list, and there was no proclamation. March 29th is National Vietnam War Veterans Day, a day meant to pay tribute to veterans of the Vietnam War, including personnel who were prisoners of war or who were listed as missing in action. I served during this war, and I am positive there are many individuals living in Brentwood that also served. My last assignment was with the 916th Air Refueling Squadron. We were stationed at Travis Air Force Base, which was also the location of where the service personnel who died in Vietnam were transported and deployed from there. When the transport planes landed, you never forgot the number of coffins being taken off the plane, all draped in the U.S. flag and each escorted by an assigned service member to its ultimate destination. Some were claimed at Travis, and you never forgot a mom crying over her son's coffin. You never forget a wife now realizing her husband and the father of her children will never be home again. These individuals gave their lives for this country, and once again, this date was not listed, or perhaps conveniently forgotten, like the million-plus vets in this country that live below the poverty line and the 30,000 that are homeless. I had to take another look at your particular proclamations, and it is apparent you are more interested in making a public display of how woke you are. Look at us. We care about this, when at the same time it seems your patriotism is lacking. And attending a ceremony is no substitute for a proclamation. You gave many groups as much as a month to celebrate, but you didn't even set aside one day to show respect to the very people that gave their lives so that you can sit where you are free. Later this year in November is Veterans Day, but even Veterans Day is not on the list. All I can ask is there one member on this council brave enough to step up and demand that a proclamation should recognize and honor our veterans? If not, thank you for your service, just doesn't cut it anymore.
The next speaker is Danny Dorman.
Good evening. Before I begin, for those who share my concern of the debacle of a decision, I'm here tonight to say I have spoken to the DA and things are moving on swimmingly. Now, good evening. I have a circumstance I hope you can help me decide. For years, my wife has asked me to landscape our home. For years, we've been trying to find the money. We squirreled away enough to finally look for professionals. After a bit of comparing, we found Goodfellas Landscaping. Their slogan, "We'll make you an offer you can't refuse." So I spoke with Joey Pesci and Joey De Niro and came up on an agreement March 23rd for $7,692,041.50 all in. Pretty expensive, but my wife is worth it. 5 weeks later, my wife runs up to me. "Honey, Goodfellas will paint the garage and landscaping for only an extra $1.7 million. What? We never talked about painting. I don't even know if Goodfellas can paint. And an extra $1.7 million, how can we even afford that?" "Well," my wife said, "my sister's father-in-law, second cousin, whose name is East Contra Costa Regional Fee and Financing Authority, said they'll give us an extra $600,000 and we'll be able to paint the house." Scratching my head, I asked, "Well, why don't we take that money and deduct it from our bill?" "Well," she said, "we can't do that. Goodfellas said we need to paint the garage." We never talked about anything else. Plus, Goodfellas hasn't even started landscaping. And they're asking for an extra $1.7 million to paint the house, the garage. Oh, my wife said, De Niro and Pesci told her, "Don't worry about it." What's another $2 million? I know that you'll say, "Of course, this is ridiculous." Just stick to what you agreed to. Put that extra $650K that your wife's sister's father-in-law's second cousin gave us to what we already signed to. We would be stupid to spend more money. I think you guys would say I was out of my mind to even think about it. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no additional speaker cards in person. I'll move on to Zoom. I'll call on Carolina Villaseca. Carolina, go ahead.
Hi, good evening. I would like to ask to pull consent calendar item C2. The reason being is I went to the Parks and Rec meeting where they presented this particular project. My kids played at Veterans Park a lot when they were younger. And the way the park works is that if you have a little, you go in the enclosed area and you sit as a parent with them. You leave your olders out in where the climbing structure and the spinny structures were, because you knew those kids were not going to run out into the parking lot into oncoming traffic. That park is very busy. The cool thing was to watch the kids run up the climbing structure and sit in the spinny structures and be like, I'm Spider-Man, I'm gonna get you, pew, pew, pew. I am Wonder Woman, you can't catch me. And it was really cool just to see them like enact entire plays in the spinny and climbing structures, like superheroes. It was really cute. Now, the new structure that, the only new structure that was presented is for younger kids. So where are the older kids going to play? The only other structure for older kids, talking like 6 to 8 years old, 6 to 12 years old, is at Dolphin Park. All the structures in all the parks around the city are meant for littles. We already don't have enough for kids to do in the city. So taking away 3 play structures that are really, really popular with that age group is a real shame. When I attended the meeting, I was expecting to see some choices, some discussion about age appropriateness, not like, oh, look, it's so cute, it's red, white, and blue, and then only have one choice. This is not how things are supposed to work. We need to see some choices. There needs to be some discussion, especially when this is going to cost the taxpayer several $100,000 in taxpayer money. So I'm not really happy with this project. I would also like to speak in support of Commissioner Floor at the meeting, at the last planning meeting. I was at that meeting as well. What he asked for was complete information for this project to be presented so that the commission could make an educated decision based on the entire history of this particular structure, the Deer Ridge Clubhouse. And he did not get that from city staff. And I think it's really important that city staff provide complete information, complete historical information when it is asked for. And if they do not know exactly what is being asked for, they can always reach out to the person who made the inquiry to clarify. That structure is very important to that neighborhood. And I think a decision made on its use needs the entire historical documentation to make sure that the Planning Commission is not making a mistake, because that is very costly. So that is my public comment for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Cinziana Todor. Cinziana, go ahead.
Hello, good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. Do I only have 2 minutes? No, thank you. Okay, so first item, I would like to ask the council to pull item C7. First of all, I want to mention it's a clear example of incompetence from city manager. I'm not going to say city staff because they are under the direction of the city manager. The reason I'm saying this is because the way it's itemized and the way it's presented and asking for so much money, it's just, I can't even qualify it. All I can say, it shows the incompetence of city manager. He's been asked so many times when we're talking about money and adjusting budgets to not include those items in a consent calendar and make it an agenda item. And the problem I see with this particular item is not that I don't understand the need of finalizing and actually getting done the extension of Sand Creek Road. is the fact that we do not understand what this money is for based on how it's presented. More so when it said that we're expecting even more money from some agency, I don't even know how to pronounce it. However, that's not even approved yet. So I would like to understand, where do we cut funding from if we allocate additional 1.7 million to this project? Are we gonna open a lemonade stand? Because I've been told we don't even have $10,000 to make sure that the median on O'Hara between Sand Creek and Central is actually taken care of from landscaping perspective. Also, another item I would like to speak on and to say that I am ashamed that I am a resident of City of Brentwood today. I've been always proud to be here and live here and be a longtime resident. However, what I've seen at the meeting when Mr. Ormans was asked to be censored, it just made me sick to my stomach. And let that sink in. What's the reason for it? This person, Ornaments, or Tony, he doesn't even deserve to be called a city council member, had an just unacceptable behavior that I've never, ever seen, ever in my life around his colleagues in a public setting. And he didn't even offer an apology. All he offered was a promise. A promise from a person who actually really broke all his campaign promises. Along with his friend Pat Nisha, who childishly proposed the whole council to be admonished. Really, I never ever thought Brentwood can do worse than previous councils. I never ever thought Brentwood can do worse than previous city manager Vinia, Claudette Staten, Johnny Rodriguez, and Bob Taylor. The three council members who voted to admonish themselves and indirectly admitting their non-compliance with city policy make me miss the incompetent Gus, council member Staten, Rodriguez, and Taylor. So shame on all three of you. And I hope you can do better, as a lot of other residents ask you to do. So far, you are letting all of us down. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no additional hands raised in Zoom, and I have no additional speaker cards.
Thank you, Margaret. Before we close public comment, can we get clarification from staff about the process for adding additional veteran-related proclamations to our list? Is that something that needs to be a future agenda item, or can that be, since it's already an existing policy, can those be added?
Every January, the council has an opportunity to consider any new proclamations, or at any other time you want to schedule it for a future agenda item that can be reconsidered. We have not historically included any proclamations for any national holidays. So it's just hasn't been the practice, but it can certainly be considered in the future.
So just to clarify, there's no holidays that are actually recognized nationally that are also recognized as proclamations. That's more something else as far as our policy.
Generally, that's the case, correct.
Okay. All right, thank you. So we will close public comment and move into presentation. Can we bring up the youth commissioners, please?
All right. Good evening, council, staff, and the community. Today, we're going to be giving the Youth Commission year in review, the first one in a few years. I'm Chairperson Ian Cohen.
And I'm Commissioner Tiagi.
So we're going to go ahead and get right into it. So the Youth Commission was founded in 1999 when the city really started becoming popular. Back then, we were still pretty much a farm town, way different than we are today. So the Youth Commission is composed of 10 different members of very diverse backgrounds, and we try to encompass all of the high schools and middle schools as we can. So we meet every Wednesday in the first month, and we act as an advisory body to City Council, but we also host our own events, as we'll talk about later, and do our own stuff. But we're here to help you with questions like, in the past, we helped with Measure X, or well, not Measure X, but with the Youth Center. We can talk about the Sand Creek Sports Complex and other issues that relate to the youth. And we have helped the city win awards such as Playful City USA and 100 Best Cities for Young People.
In the past, our commission has attended multiple parades and events. As you can see, we attended Hometown Halloween, having a booth passing out candy to little kids, and we also attended the Liberty Homecoming Parade as well as the 4th of July Parade, which we plan to attend again this year.
Besides attending community events and joining the community every fall, we started this program back up after a few years called the Youth Friendly Business Program. We started back in November of 2022, in which Sip is Good was the first business. This program is meant to recognize businesses who are employ youth, help youth, fundraise for our schools, fundraise for youth organizations, and all of these 7 businesses plus Yamcha, which we just nominated last month or last meeting, all have done amazing jobs representing our city, and some of them don't even need explaining to do why we nominated them.
Okay, so something new that we started up this year was our special events ad hoc team. This year, they managed some of our bigger events, and it consisted of the members listed above. The first event that the special events ad hoc planned out was our craft night in December. We hosted this in the community center and invited children and their parents from I think 2 to 5 or somewhere along those lines to come make ornaments, do painting, coloring, sweater decorating, and making cards for senior citizens. Then our biggest event of the year, the Multicultural Fair, was hosted this March. In March, we planned out, the special events ad hoc team planned out a fair. They invited numerous stalls, stands. We had numerous teams, groups perform, show their culture, as well as a large crowd and a media presence as well. Furthermore, we also host a middle school pool party.
So this pool party is a fundraiser for our senior scholarships that we offer out every year. This year we awarded 2 seniors from Liberty about $1,600 each. So this pool party will be on June 23rd, which is a Friday from 6:30 to 9 p.m. Anyone entering the 5th grade, or 5th grade, sorry, to the 9th grade are invited to join us at BFAC, and we also need volunteers and people come help out. They can contact Stacy Dempsey for information about that. That's right, for kids to sign up, the parents have to go to brentwoodca.gov and go to our Parks and Rec site to go on our active and pay for the tickets. They're $10 each, and it will be catered by Bone Doggies. And this event has been an annual event for the exception of, we all know, COVID, and it's a very exciting event to go to at BFAC. So the Youth Commission has a few goals going on in the future. I, unfortunately, am retiring from the Youth Commission as the chairperson and the commissioner, but Commissioner Tiagi will still be on there. We have some great new commissioners being nominated later on in the consent calendar. So I'll let Commissioner Tiagi talk about future of the commission.
Yes, so continuing on the commission, we do have certain plans and goals that we hope to address. As usual, we hope to promote the youth voice and a safe space for all youth in government, identify concerns and issues that the youth have and bring them to light, and continue to host events like the special events ad hoc has, such as Multicultural Fair and different craft nights. And then finally, planning and implementing social and community-oriented activities.
So I'll close out with our ride with all of our amazing commissioners, which some of them have retired out alongside with me this year, and several are staying on, plus the new ones that will be voted on in a shortly manner. And I want to give a special shout out to all of our amazing staff, such as Stacy Dempsey, our recreation supervisor who's assigned to the Youth Commission, our administrative assistant, Devin Campbell. She's new to the commission, but she's been doing a great job. And to our police liaison, Officer Chris Bollinger, he's doing a great job with us. Does council have any questions for the Youth Commission regarding anything we have done this year? We're here to answer.
I don't have questions, but I've been so impressed. I've attended quite a few of your events, and I appreciate what you're doing for the city of Brentwood. And thank you, and sad to see you go, Ian, but I know you have a lot of good stuff going on, and excited to see what you guys are going to do next year.
Thank you.
I'd like to add to that. I think, Ian, you've been an incredible presence at council meetings, and I think you raising your voice on behalf of youth for the city has been very powerful. And I also look forward to seeing where the new Youth Commission group moves forward and what events you're taking on and what causes you're going to be interested in. But Ian, I wish you the very best. I think you do have a huge future in front of you, potentially on city council someday. Thank you for everything. Any other comments for the Youth Commission?
I have a question. Were you guys able to find an award recipient for the scholarship? And if so, has the award been given out yet?
We did find two. It's an application base, so we had two applicants, both from Liberty High School. They both met all of the criteria, and we split the awards in half. Instead of doing the 1,500, 1,500, 250, we just decided to spread it in half and award 1,650. Am I correct, Stacy? To both applicants from Liberty High School. I do not have their names, but Stacy Dempsey can answer that question further for you.
That's great. And then I will echo the sentiment of the others. You all did a phenomenal job this year. The Lunar New Year event was spectacular.
That was not us. I'm sorry. That was the Heritage Chinese Culture Club at Heritage. That was not us.
But the Youth Commission supported it and saw a bunch of people out there from the Youth Commission. So you all did a good job in supporting that. And also, I think your other diversity events in the park was amazing and spectacular. So I'm just hats off to you all for, a phenomenal job that you all did this year.
Thank you.
And I'm going to echo what everybody else has already said, nowhere near as eloquently. You guys did a phenomenal job. It shows a lot of dedication on each one of you to dedicate your time to this, learn how city government works, and participate in it. Thank you all for your service.
Thank you all for your support. We can't do it without you.
Next, we will move into council informationals. This portion of the agenda is to provide an opportunity for council members to report on attendance at events, subcommittee meetings, and entities on which the council member has been appointed as a liaison, and for staff to provide brief updates and/or information to the city council. And we will start with Councilmember Orlemans.
Thank you and welcome everybody this evening. I attended the Chamber of Commerce ribbon cutting for Tan Republic. I attended the POW board meeting at the police department, the Chamber of Commerce ribbon cutting at Revive Health and Wellness. I watched the Planning Commission meeting that just occurred. I attended the Equifa board meeting. I attended the State Route 4 Bypass Authority meeting, and then Liberty High School graduation. Thank you.
Thank you, and Councilmember Pearson.
I attended the African American Baccalaureate graduation ceremony that was held at Heritage High School for all of our high schools. I also attended the Liberty High School graduation, the Heritage High School graduation. I watched the most recent Planning Commission meeting, and also attended the school interagency meeting here that Brentwood hosted this time.
Thank you, Councilmember Mendoza.
Hello, since the last time we've met, attended a Calisthenics Latino Caucus Board of Directors meeting, attended the Bags and Brews event and participated in a Gold Star Family Memorial, attended the Memorial Day ceremony at the Union Cemetery along with Mayor Bryant, and had the honor to be asked to speak there. Attended for our Neighborhood Voices meetings. We're still trying to get back local zoning control. Attended the Mayor's Conference dinner, the interagency meeting, watched the Planning Commission meeting, Attended a Place of Learning event hosted by Brentwood Craft Beer with Delta Networking Partners. Attended the graduation for Independence, La Paloma, Heritage, and Liberty High Schools. Attended the advocacy update on priority legislation for Cal cities. Attended a call with Senator Aisha Wahab, and she also agrees with us on land use control and zoning. And attended a Pride event hosted by Cielo Mar y Tierra and Azúcar. Thank you.
Thank you. One of those. Sharing a lozenge, excuse me. Since the last time we met, I attended the downtown cornhole tournament and was invited to speak at the Memorial Day recognition services at that event. Also attended the Memorial Day ceremony at the cemetery. A Place of Learning fundraiser hosted by the Delta Networking Partners at Brentwood Craft Beers. The Mayor's Conference held in Oakley. Had a meeting with Lil Pierce with Brentwood Community Chest and Doreen Pierce-Farlow with the East Contra Costa Historical Society. Had a California Alliance of Local Electeds meeting with presenter Senator Aisha Wahab. Attended the Independence High School, La Paloma High School, Heritage High School, and Liberty High School graduations. I met with the Los Bodanos California Humanities Journalism students for an article on housing insecurity in East County. I have to say thank you to Sylvia Elias on staff and Lieutenant Pert with the Brentwood Police Department for providing additional data specific to Brentwood housing and homelessness. I attended an event to honor Miguel Saldana with Azucar Candies and more, who was recognized by the Rainbow Community Center for Pride Month and for his contributions to the community, and also watched the Planning Commission meeting. At this time, we will move into the consent calendar. Do I have a motion to adopt or anything to be pulled?
I would like to pull C2 and C7, please.
Okay, anything else? Okay. So do I have a motion to adopt other than those three items?
I'll make a motion to adopt consent calendars except for items C2, C1, C2, and C7.
A second.
All in support?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Okay. We will start with our proclamation for C1. Proclamation, whoa, that's loud. C1 is for Juneteenth. Do we have a recipient? We do. I thought we might. Velma Wilson, would you come on down? Councilmember Pearson, would you like to read it?
Yes, please. Thank you. Whereas June 19th, it is loud. Move that thing back. Whereas June 19th is declared as Juneteenth, a nationally recognized day which celebrates the rich culture, legacy, heritage of African American people. And whereas 2023 marks the 158th year of Juneteenth, which with Juneteenth being the oldest known celebration commemorating the abolition of slavery in the United States, dated back to June 19, 1865, when Union soldiers led by General Gordon Granger arrived in Galveston, Texas, with news that the war had ended freeing the enslaved. And whereas this was 2.5 years after President Abraham Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation, which became official on January 1st, 1863. And whereas the U.S. Congress between 1865 and 1870 would pass key amendments to the U.S. Constitution that upon ratification by each state would profoundly change the legal status of those once enslaved. The 13th Amendment abolished bonded servitude. The 14th Amendment conferred citizenship upon on those once enslaved. Finally, the 15th Amendment liberated men once held in bondage. And whereas today, Juneteenth celebrates African American people's freedom and achievements while encouraging continuous self-development and respect for all cultures as it takes on a more national, symbolic, and even global perspective to ensure the events of 1865 are not forgotten. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the City Council of the City of Brentwood does hereby recognize June 19th, 2023 as Juneteenth, and calls upon Brentwood residents to become more aware of the significance of this celebration in African American history and in the heritage of our city and nation. Dated this 13th day of June 2023 by our mayor, John Bryant. Would you like to say something, Ms. Wilson?
Can I say something?
Yeah.
Because I want you to have more time. Thank you. To those of you who don't know Velma Wilson, she is incredibly active in all of East County and very well known in her community for being culturally active and community active and supporting a lot of different communities that have been disenfranchised or underserved. And so I appreciate you coming to our meeting. I know you hosted our Juneteenth event last year, and this year it's more East County focused and being held out of Antioch. But the city of Brentwood did contribute toward that event. So Velma, thank you very much for coming this evening and for sharing your evening with us. And please take it away.
Facing the rising sun of our new day begun, let us march on till victory is won. Good evening to the mayor in his absence, to council, city manager, and staff, but to you, the citizens of Brentwood. The small stanza of the song I just sang is a part of Lift Every Voice and Sing, affectionately known as the Black National Anthem. This song speaks to the very heart of what we, as African Americans, have overcome and the hope of where we are aspiring to achieve. This song was originally a poem written by James Weldon Johnson and then composed to music by his brother, J. Rosamond Johnson, and is performed at all African American celebrations. Thank you for this proclamation, acknowledging Juneteenth. Juneteenth is a celebration of freedom, the freedom to be free and unify as one community. We shall never forget the many men, women, and children that endured the sting of slavery and their contributions that built this country and never got acknowledged or given proper credit. They served in the armed services. Today, nationally, at Arlington National Cemetery, there is a section full of thousands of African American soldiers who fought in wars to protect the freedom in which we have today, and they never got recognized. Those tombstones shows unidentified slaves. Let's rest on that. Juneteenth has been celebrated since 1865. And as I just recently celebrated my 51st birthday on June 9th, I have celebrated Juneteenth, all of it. As the country prepares to honor and celebrate Juneteenth, I want to personally say thank you to all of you and the city of Brentwood for welcoming my now college graduate, Clarissa, in bringing the East County Juneteenth celebration to Brentwood last year. Clarissa graduated Mother's Day weekend from San Diego State University with her bachelor's in arts in Africana study and dual minors in counseling and social change and child and family development, all while organizing her 4th annual East County Let Freedom Ring Juneteenth Festival, which will be held at the Contra Costa County Event Park to encourage an inclusive East County community celebration. I would be remiss by not publicly thanking Councilwoman Patanisha Pearson for her calls and her text of encouragement, her strength, her perseverance, and resilience They are all a reflection of what Juneteenth is about. Her fierce love of God speaks to her servant leadership ideology because she is always putting others first above herself. To Susanna and to Jovita, thank you again, because it was your efforts that helped us bring Juneteenth to Brentwood last year. Clarissa has actively been planning a 3-day-long event scheduled for June 17th, 18th, and 19th under this year's theme, Strengthening Our Village. We will focus on health and wellness, a celebration of fathers, and close out the celebration on Juneteenth with a celebration of freedom through the arts. We have headliners like Venus Fulani, all the way from Ghana, Foreverland, and our local favorite, Project 4, in addition to several local artists and entertainers with food and craft vendors, in addition to carnival rides for the kids. Our special guest host is former KBLX personality, Cousin Kevin Brown. And on Saturday and Monday, then we will have Stephen Parker of KDYA, the Stephen Parker Show. He will be hosting on Sunday, which will feature a gospel showcase. Of course, events like this requires community support and funding. So if you out there in the community, business owners, residents, would like to make a tax-deductible contribution to help cover the costs, please go to deltaveteransgroup.org. Click on Donate and specify Juneteenth in the memo to help cover our budget shortfalls. We are all in this together. We are one community. We may not all look the same, but guess what? We are still one community. Thank you again for this proclamation. And although we will be hosting this year's festivities at the Contra Costa County Event Park, formerly the Fairgrounds, we greatly appreciate the sponsorship and the support from the city manager and the mayor, who actually saw me at a prayer breakfast as we lifted the name of Jesus, praying during National Prayer Day. And they committed at that moment that the city of Brentwood wanted to do whatever they could to support. And we thank you. East County Juneteenth 24 is coming. And we are looking forward to bring it back to the historic grounds of the Brentwood City Park. Dr. Martin Luther King said, as a part of his famous I Have a Dream speech, "Land where my fathers died, land of the pilgrim's pride, from every mountainside, let freedom ring. And if America is to be a great nation, this must become true." Do your part. Share in the celebration. Share in the rich history of what makes us the United States of America. Come on out. June 17th, 18th, and 19th to the East County Let Freedom Ring Juneteenth celebration live at the Contra Costa County Event Park. See you on Saturday. Thank you again. God bless each of you, and God bless America.
So at this time, Councilmember Mendoza, would you like to discuss C2, or do we need to?
Yeah,
Actually, if I could, just before you move to C2, if you can take a vote on C1, just so that gets memorialized, because that was pulled from the
Absolutely.
consent calendar.
Right.
go ahead.
Yeah, no, if you're making a motion, go ahead.
Just make a motion to adopt item C1.
I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? And on to item C2. Thank you.
The reason I pulled C2 is because there has been a lot of chatter about the expense and what we're doing. And, so I wanted staff to have the opportunity to walk through those financials, because we're going from 6.9 million, so almost 7 million, plus a $700,000 contingency to, which for a total of 7.8 million, to now being a total of 8.7 million with a contingency of 875,000, so a total of 9.6 million. So when people see an overall.
Sounds like you're talking about C7.
C2. Oh, sorry, that's the wrong one. Can we do C2? Can we do that one since I already talked about that? C2? Okay. No.
Move ahead.
Okay, no, yes, no.
It sounds like you're talking about C7 right now?
Yeah, C7.
All right.
Sorry.
Yeah.
So if we could walk through, because that's $2 million increase. Where are we getting the $2 million from? Where are we, any remaining balance that we're not getting from ECRFRA, where's that coming from? Just so people understand. And why were those items not in the original scope, but they are in the scope now? And what's the benefit of having them in the scope now?
Sure, I'll be happy to help with that. So let me back up and give a little brief history for those in the audience. The Sand Creek Road project was completely envisioned to be 2 lanes on each side, so a total of 4 lanes, with all the underground improvements. That's water, storm, and sewer. When we went out for estimates, that job was about $16 million. So to cut those costs, we decided to only do 1 lane in each direction and only a few of the underground pipes. Last week, the ECRFA board met. They granted us $4.1 million of additional funding. So that $1.9 million increase in cost is completely covered, and we're going to use the entire $4 million, and the remaining balance, less the $1.8 million, is going to go back into the development impact fee. So you'll be able to use that money for other projects later.
So we're not taking money, we're actually benefiting. So some of the money that we had allocated for this is now going back because you're not going to even have to touch it.
That
So
is
we're
correct.
actually in a better financial position than we were originally, is what it sounds like.
That is exactly correct.
Okay, awesome. And then, and some of it is still the responsibility of developer fees when that development happens in the future, correct?
We will likely condition the developer when that development gets done to put in the remaining 2 lanes, but this will allow us to put in all the underground infrastructure so that we don't have to go dig up those new roads later.
Okay, awesome, thank you.
And this is why it's important to pull items sometimes to get a more full report. And do we need to, well, we can approve that after we listen to C2, is that right? Or do we have to do them separately?
I think you're on this item. It would make sense just to approve it now.
Okay.
Or vote on it now. I don't know if you're going to approve it
Okay,
or not.
can I get a motion on C7?
Motion to adopt consent item C7.
Second that motion.
Thank you. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, and on to item C7, or C2.
C2, sorry, I went out of order. C2. So when we met, I think it was like about a year ago, we talked about parks, and I know it says it's from 5 to 12, but that's like buying a dress. It says one size fits all. It really doesn't fit all sometimes. So what are we gonna do to make sure that we're accommodating older children, like Miss Carolina said? And the other thing is, I thought we were supposed to have theme parks, like, little different themes, because they're all kind of starting to look the same, just different colors. And I know we want, like, we talked about a Western theme or a space theme or things like that. So why are we veering off from that so that people could have different experiences?
Yes, good evening, Vice Mayor and council members, Councilmember Mendoza. So just to clarify, I think the piece of equipment that the resident was speaking of was that spider climber kind of piece. It was a very popular piece. That was a 5 to 12 age piece of equipment. So all of our equipment in our parks are either 5 to 12 or 2 to 5 for the younger kids. So this particular play bay was a 5 to 12 age piece of equipment, and it is being replaced with a similar piece, 5 to 12 piece of equipment as well. Our ad hoc committee and the Parks and Rec Commission did recognize the popularity of that climber that was there before. This was an item that needed to be replaced based on its age. So they did look specifically for equipment that would be similar. So the new piece of equipment that is coming in does include a kind of spider climber as part of the play structure. The play equipment is also red, white, and blue. They recognized the theme of Veterans Park, and so they did go with red, white, and blue to kind of match the theme of patriotism towards the park. We do have different parks that have, themed play equipment towards the name of the park. We do try to do that when we can. So they were looking at this particular play equipment and the color to match that kind of patriotic theme.
Well, thank you. And then if no one has any more questions, no. So I make a motion to adopt item C2.
Second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Before we get to the public hearing, I want to move forward with item D, but I'd like to recommend moving E1 and E2 following item D1.
Okay.
Is that okay with everyone? We know we have speakers in the chambers that are here to speak on both of those items, so I'd like to move those ahead after the rate study.
If the council is fine with it. then-
Okay.
Yeah.
Great, thank you. So our next item is the utility rate study, and Deborah Gailey will present.
Good evening, Vice Mayor and council members. Welcome. Tonight's public hearing presents water, wastewater, and solid waste cost of service studies and proposed rates for the 3 utilities for the upcoming 5-year term. It is customary for utility agencies to review rates every 2 to 5 years to ensure that sufficient revenues are collected to operate utility enterprises and provide services to businesses and residents. To this end, the city has contracted with Raftellus Financial Consultants to analyze water and wastewater services and HF&H Consultants to analyze solid waste services. Both consultants have previously provided utility rate services for the city and are familiar with the city's utility operations and fiscal policies and budgets. Both consultants are here with us tonight remotely for any questions that you may have. Legal guidelines for setting rates are based on Proposition 218, which requires a property-related utility fees do not exceed the cost of providing service, requires that the rate charged is proportionate to the cost of service to the specific customer, and also does not allow rate revenue to be used for other purposes. To ensure these requirements are met, the rate studies have analyzed expenses related to the cost of service to the various and specific customer types, again, like as of residential, non-residential customers, and compares this cost revenue to existing rates to propose adjustments that may be necessary. Within these legal requirements, the objectives of the rate study are designed to achieve revenue to sustain daily operations, to pay for capital costs that may be necessary, to meet any debt requirements for loans, and also to maintain adequate reserves per fiscal policy and strive for 30% reserve balance in each of the enterprise funds. Moving on to the water enterprise. In the water enterprise, rates are responsible for funding the operation and maintenance to provide over 3.5 billion gallons of water per year. volume of water used and variances based upon weather, conservation, customer usage, habits, et cetera, they significantly impact the budget and can vary from year to year. Main expenses in the water enterprise are related to conveying, treating, and distributing potable water, in addition to personnel costs and capital projects that guarantee future water supply, treatment plant expansion, and replacement of infrastructure. The proposed water rate structure maintains the current 4 tiers for water usage, in addition to a monthly base charge. As with the last rate study, a drought surcharge is also proposed if conservation becomes necessary and mandated by the state, and the amount of the surcharge would vary dependent upon the level of conservation that is required. The intent of the surcharge is to recover any revenue shortfall from reduced usage during drought conditions. The total estimated revenue adjustment to the water enterprise is 6.5% annually to meet expenses and maintain a 30% reserve balance. Keeping in mind, this is a revenue adjustment to the enterprise as a whole. That's an adjustment for the amount of additional revenue that is needed to meet the expenses and the reserve goal. Now, of course, within that revenue adjustment, impacts to individual customer types will vary based upon the cost to provide service to that customer, but mainly based upon their usage habits. Of course, our main customer base are residential customers, and the average residential customer would see an approximate $3 increase a month. The wastewater enterprise is responsible for the collection and treatment of approximately 4 million gallons of wastewater every day. And the wastewater treatment plant also produces reclaimed or non-potable water that is available for irrigation use free of charge. In the wastewater budget, main expenses include operating and treating wastewater, of course, personnel costs, and planning for replacement of major infrastructure, such as the newly expanded wastewater treatment plant. SB 1383, organic processing, has also added additional costs into the enterprise. The wastewater rate structure is proposed to maintain the combination of a flat base charge in addition to a monthly rate charge, variable rate charge based on winter water usage, with the thought that winter water usage is indoor rather than outdoor or landscape usage, and that indoor usage eventually makes its way to treatment at the wastewater treatment plant. The wastewater revenue adjustment is proposed 2% annually to meet enterprise expenses and reserves. That would be an approximate, again, $3 per month impact to the average customer. In the solid waste enterprise, solid waste services approximately 60,000 garbage carts and 500 commercial bins each week. As a result, main expenses, of course, then include personnel and the collection and disposal of daily waste. Additionally, the implementation of 1383, which requires processing of organic material rather than landfill disposal, has added increased costs into the enterprise. And those increased costs were included in the hauling and disposal contract that was approved by council in February and factors those additional costs into the contract. Solid waste rates are based on the size of the container and frequency of service. The average projected revenue adjustment is 4% annually. Of course, once again, that's a proposed revenue adjustment to the enterprise budget as a whole. And the impact to customers would vary by the type of customer, level of service, frequency of service, et cetera. The average residential customer would see an adjustment of just under $2 per month, $1.84 to be exact. Looking at the total cost of the 3 utility rates, Brentwood continues to provide one of the lowest costs of service compared to neighboring communities in the East County. While looking at the comparison, it's important to note that most communities are serviced by a combination of special utility districts, public agencies, and private companies. Utility districts such as Contra Costa Water District, East Bay Mud, et cetera, provide water service. Iron House Sanitation provides wastewater or sewer service. And most solid waste or garbage service providers are private companies. So individuals or customers within various communities and cities in the East County have a combination of utility rates that are from this various handful of different providers, as opposed to the city where the provider is all one agency. You can see the average monthly summary total is just over $8 for the average residential customer. So this concludes staff's brief summary presentation. After responding to any questions, next steps would include holding the public hearing, providing any public input and comment, and of course, reviewing the number of formal protests that have been submitted to the city clerk per prior council-approved protest procedures. A majority of the protests would require 11,164. That is 50% of the number of legal parcels within the city plus 1. That makes it a simple majority. That's how we would come up with the majority number. And our clerk can tell us at the end of the public hearing how many formal protests we have as of the close of the public hearing. Moving forward, staff will continue to monitor water usage and fund balance because that is the most variable from year to year. Legislation that may be passed down from the state and impact operations, expenses, budgets, and as well as costs from outside agencies that are passed on to us. Contra Costa Water District, PG&E, agencies of that sort. Expenses that are outside of our control that get passed on to us and can significantly impact our budget as well. Based on the memo provided to you earlier tonight, staff would recommend that any motion that is made to approve the resolutions also include language that is in the proposed revisions, of the copies of which you have. So, like I said, that concludes the brief presentation. Staff and rate study consultants, our legal experts are also here tonight and available for any questions.
Thank you. If anyone has clarifying questions of staff, please let us know and we will call on you. Councilmember Mendoza?
Yeah, so the average bill is going up for $164.97. What's the average bill in year 5?
It's around $210.
So that's about a 27% increase?
I haven't run the math. That's about right, yeah.
Okay. So what I want to do is go through each of the assumption pages, and I don't know if we should do, because I have questions about it. I don't know if we want to talk about that now, because that's going to take a while, or do we want to get to public comment first?
Do you have any other questions besides that, or those are specific
No,
to?
it's just going through all of the assumptions.
Okay, so before we move on, any other council questions for staff? Okay.
So I had a bunch of questions come up. either an email or in passing with residents that I'd like to ask staff now. One question was, will there be a consideration of a discount program for residents? The other question, I guess I'll ask a rapid fire. Do we make money off water and waste collection? If we do not, what happens if we collect too much money? Does it go into the reserves? And the last one is, can we reiterate the protest, the procedures for the protests? And I think that was on this slide that will be reiterated. But the procedures, how residents can make them. I know they got the thing in the mail, but would like for us to reiterate that again for residents.
Okay, let me jump back to the first one. Do we have a discount program? Carrie, I'm not sure. That's something that would be handled through utility billing, so I don't know that we do. Yeah, it doesn't sound like we do.
Casey, I can answer. I can take that question. Sure. This question was brought up during the workshop, and it's an excellent question because in the past we have had a discount program. It is definitely a council option, but with a discount program, it cannot be funded by the enterprise revenue itself, because that would then mean that some various customer types would be subsidizing others. It could be funded from an additional source at council's discretion, such as general fund. And so years ago, we eliminated the discount program because there was not a subsidy available for it. So that is an option that council would consider, but you would just have to consider the funding source for that to make up the difference between the discount and the cost to provide service to the discounted customer. So the other customers aren't picking up that difference.
Thank you.
I'm going to confirm with our legal counsel if I can get a nod. Is that correct? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and your second question was, do we make money on the enterprises? The answer is no. Legally, we cannot make money. So if through these projections we end up with a surplus in future years, that just means the next rate study increase will be less, or it could possibly go down. That's not typical because of inflation and other costs that typically rise over time. But we do not accumulate money by practice, and we don't make money on the enterprise. The third question is, what were the procedures for protesting? Deborah, you can help me with this, but we send out letters to every service in the mail. We put out notices on our social media platforms. We also include an insert in people's bills, and we make some social media blasts. So we do canvass the various avenues for notification that we have, and in those notifications are the very detailed procedures. And Deborah, you can talk about a little bit more about that.
And I may defer this one to legal, but our protest procedures are based on requirements of public notification based on Proposition 218. That's correct. And if you'd like to maybe provide a little bit more detail about what that requires in the way of notification to customers. And then, of course, the way that customers may be able to protest would be based upon Proposition 218, protest policies, and those can be expanded on or memorialized, I would imagine, by council, along with those guidelines that have been set by state code. And council last did that in 2013. And so those are the current protest guidelines under which we're following.
Thank you, Deborah. I can just outline. So these requirements are in the California Constitution and what's referred to as Proposition 218. You find it in Article 13D. It was passed by the voters in 1996. And among other things, it requires, if you're
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Can you raise the mic a little higher, please?
Oh, sure.
Thank you.
Is that better? Okay. What it requires in order to increase water rates, it also applies to wastewater and solid waste rates, you have to provide notice to all of the ratepayers and property owners at least 45 days before the hearing, before today. And the notice has to outline what the new rates are going to be and the basis for the calculation of the rates. And that was provided in the notice. Then members of the ratepayers, property owners, can appear at this hearing and submit written notices or submit them before the hearing. They have to be in writing. That's also stated in the Constitution. And then if there's a majority protest, which is defined as 50% plus one, then the council cannot proceed with increasing the rates.
Any other questions for council before we move on?
Yeah, just one, sorry. If the estimated increase over, let's say next year, for an example would be water usage, isn't needed, because in the report we read the chemical costs may be going down. If you don't need the entire increase for the second year, what happens?
Of course, each year at budget time and budget review, we review what the expenses are, what the current fund balance is, and estimated revenue. We would look at what the current balance is, and if it's determined that that increase is not needed, then we could reduce it as necessary. If that revenue is not needed, we could implement a rate increase on July 1st that is lower than what was adopted, if it's not necessary.
So that's always your discretion. This rate increase allows us to increase rates up to the amount that's been publicly noticed and approved. If it's not needed, you guys can always say, we don't want to implement that much rate increase the next year. You can always choose during budget time to lower those rates. There's no restrictions to that.
Okay, then that brings a second question. If we decide that we're going to go with this 5-year budget plan, the estimate, but we find it's not enough, would we have the power to raise it higher? Or are we stuck within the limits of this plan?
You're stuck within the limits of this plan. It's happened before when in the drought, we had to bring a separate rate study and approve some drought surcharges. So we would have to do the same thing if something like that happened again.
But there are some exceptions, and we have some language included in the resolutions, and that is part of what the revisions are with you tonight. And if you'd like to explain that a little bit more, this was an example I was mentioning of pass-through costs. If PG&E's rates are much higher than anticipated or much lower, we have included language in both the notices and the resolutions to be able to adjust for those and inflationary increase. And if you'd like to explain then what those steps would require if that was necessary.
Yes, that's correct. You can pass through costs that are beyond your control if you provide that in the resolution, which it would be providing. So for example, increased water costs, increased chemical costs. You also can have projected increase in general CPI increases, and those are also built in. The city would just, if these are costs again beyond their control, on an annual basis, they can adjust the rates up or down actually. So if some costs go down, they could adjust it down and provide 30-day notice to the ratepayers that this will be happening.
Is there a cap on the adjustment? If it's going up? Because I think residents should know if it's going to exceed way more than what we've discussed tonight.
The cap is so if the cost, so say for example, the cost of water just went through the roof, quadrupled, theoretically, yes, you could just pass that through. Politically, that would probably be a problem. That's why you have that 30-day notice. So everybody knows this is what's going to happen. This is what the new rate's going to be. And it's also important, these have to be costs not within the city's control. The city can't say, oh, we're just going to charge more for this because we think we should. It has to be something, an input from the outside or inflationary pressure.
I'd like to go back to Councilmember Mendoza in just a moment for her additional questions, but I had a couple before we move on. Does staff have record of households that are Spanish speaking? I'm asking because I'm wondering if we've had this information available to Spanish speaking households.
The notices go out in multiple languages. We don't have any records of which households speak which languages.
Okay. Okay. For the expansion that is the cause of some of this rate increase, are there any potential grants or any pending grants that we've applied for?
Are you talking about the wastewater expansion?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, we did receive $3.5 or $4 million in green energy grants for that. So of the total cost of that project, about $4 million was grant.
And there aren't any pending at this point. That was, okay.
No, there's not.
My last question for now, do we have information about other cities, what they're doing as far as rate hikes now versus years down the road, like we're doing for ourselves?
Yeah, we do, and they're, quite honestly, they're all over the map. For instance, on the water side, Diablo Water District got a 17% increase last year, followed by a series of 4% increases. 7% for CCWD, 8.5 consecutive years for East Bay Mud. On the wastewater side, Iron House Sanitary District was between 5 and 9% each of 3 years. East Bay Mud was 8.5% again. And on the solid waste side, it really varies because of the SB 1383 regulations. San Ramon had a 30% increase 1 year. Oakley was 23%, Concord 22%. So significantly more than the increases that you're seeing here.
Although at this point, we know that right now, Brentwood would continue to be on the lower end of these costs, but 5 years down the road, we don't really have any way of knowing.
Well, there's no guarantee, but if the other cities keep up with inflation, then we'll still be at lower.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Mendoza, would you like to continue?
Kind of piggybacking on the Vice Mayor's question, have we gone out and seen if there's any cost benefit to outsourcing these versus keeping them in-house?
Outsourcing the entire operations?
Each operation individually?
That's been done multiple times in the past. We haven't done that recently, and the basis for not doing that is because when you compare us with the other agencies, we are already the lowest cost service. So we could certainly go out and look at it again if you would like. It would cost a significant amount of money to have that done. That's not something staff would have the capacity to do, to analyze what it would cost to convert to private operation. So we'd have to have some consultants help us with that.
When was the last time we did it?
It's probably been over 10 years, and the only one that I'm aware of was solid waste was looked at privatization by some of the local garbage companies.
Okay. If the biggest chunk of the change from this year to year 5 of the total 4471 approximately that's going to go up, 38.8% of it is on wastewater. Can we put up the wastewater assumption slide up there on the screen? The Excel one that you can see from 23 to 24.
Can you reference a packet page for us?
Hold on, I'm having the Excel open. Okay, on my packet, wastewater, I have the one before there was an update. I have it on page 150.
Will we be sharing your screen, Casey?
Unless you can pull it up, yes.
Okay, yeah, that one. When I look at the total, when I look at these totals and I go through each one of them, I think it's important we understand what's going into them. So, if I look at, for example, collection, it goes from 3 million to 4.2 million for an increase of $1 million. So from year 23 to 28, we're going to see a 32.5% increase in collection. What are your biggest drivers in that collection increase of $1 million?
So that particular line item is a bit of a story. Several years ago, we started noticing more lateral repair jobs that were necessary throughout the city. And by lateral repairs, I mean the main treatment pipe that runs through the street is connected to your home by a 4-inch line. We were seeing an increased number of those 4-inch lines failing, separating, becoming disconnected. So we surveyed 3 or 4 different neighborhoods throughout town, ranging in different ages from neighborhoods that were built in the 50s and 60s, neighborhoods that were built in the 80s, to neighborhoods that were built in the early 2000s. We found roughly 80% of the laterals in all of those neighborhoods combined were failing. We attribute a lot of that to subsidence in the ground from the drought years, but the end result is that's, 80% of 20,000 connections is 16,000 repair jobs that are going to have to be done. So what's driving those costs is us hiring 3 more people, buying a backhoe and a dump truck and some equipment, and putting a crew out that does nothing but repair those laterals every day.
Are those 3 people already on the payroll, or is that a future expense?
They are new future expenses that are included in this rate study.
Did
And
we already
that's what's
approve
driving that
head-
increase.
Did we already approve that headcount?
You have not. This is what you're approving tonight. They are included in this rate study.
Okay, so is that fully loaded, everything in there, Carrie? Is that pension and everything? I guess I wish we would have known that you're asking us for headcount tonight. Like that's, I wasn't ready to do that because that's a bigger thing, because that goes back to my outsourcing question. Is it worth keeping it in-house, or do we take it out because of our pension obligations and the way we see that going? What if you don't get the 3 headcount? Are you still able to do work and maybe adjust workload for people on hand?
Well, let me clarify. We're not asking for headcount today. We're asking you to approve the rate study that includes funding for the headcount. We would come back at a later date with a budget request for the additional people. Could we look at pricing out contractors to do this work? Sure. We can absolutely do that. I don't have a good sense off the top of my head for how much that will save. But we could certainly price it out and come back to you. But even if we do, we would need the funding that's included in this budget proposal to pay that contractor, even if it was a slight savings.
Yeah, I just think we need to find savings wherever possible, because we have a very large retirement population that lives on a very fixed income. And I have concerns about what we're doing to them with this. I mean, again, like I said last time, we've never seen a 27% over 5 years. So this is a little bit hard to swallow. Okay, treatment is going up $2.6 million. So that is up 36.9%. What is driving the treatment change?
Treatment encompasses all of the daily operations and maintenance expenses. Power costs have gone, when I started here in 2010, we paid roughly $350,000 a year for PG&E. We're now over $1.1 million a year just in power costs. Chemical costs have doubled year over year. Prior to that, they would double every 6 or 7 years. Just the cost of supplies and equipment, recovering from COVID, everything is inflationary costs. The pressures are the same everywhere. It costs us a lot more today than it cost us 3 years ago.
Okay. Then we get down to the items, the expansion phase. That's something what we already approved, correct? So that's already happening. That expansion, is that due to existing population, or is that going to be driven by development?
The expansion costs were covered as a portion of existing, and a portion of development fees was also funded through the SRF loan that you guys approved and included the $4 million in grant. So it's a combination of both.
But this expansion phase is to accommodate future people that are coming to Brentwood as well, right?
It will increase the majority of our treatment systems capacity to handle the ultimate build out. There's a few ancillary systems that will have to be expanded also, but this will increase the main process, if you will, to accept the build out population.
So as we're building out, is there opportunity to use those developer fees to pay some of this back to then positively impact our users?
If I can add a little bit in there. To expand on what Casey had said, the expansion of the wastewater treatment plant based upon the design from the design engineers and the process of the expansion, those very specific design or construction costs for the expansion of the plant were divided over development fees and new additional population and existing users based upon how that plant would be used. There was an expansion, but at the same time, there was also some replacement of existing processes that serviced existing residents. So that portion would be funded by utility rates and existing customers. The expansion portion for new development was financed by development fees. And those are the two different accounts that are paying the SRF loan that funded the project.
But there's future development we're going to have. How do I account for future development in this number?
It It's not in this number because this is a rate study that for expenses that serve existing customers. Future expansion is included in the development fee program. So as additional development comes in, pulls permits, pays development fees, that contribution is helping to pay for the expansion portion of it. But what is being funded here, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
No, it's okay.
To explain a little bit further, and finance can probably help me understand this. Once you have infrastructure in place, you of course immediately need to begin to depreciate it and fund for the replacement of it. So there is funding in here for replacement of the plant, but that is now an existing plant servicing existing customers. If it were to be expanded further for new development, then the development fees would cover that portion.
But what I heard is that this covers full build out, and I've heard it before in other meetings. This phase covers build out. So when you say cover build out, it's our general plan build out. So there is usage from this that is for future residents because we're accounting for them, right? We've heard that before, like this is going, and it's in the packet also in your CIP sheets, that it's for full build out. So I don't feel that it's fair, and I don't know if it's legal or fair, but that the people sitting here today are paying for people that don't live here yet. So when they pay their developer fees, can that back pay for this? Because they're benefiting, because we had the forethought to think of them coming through our general plan. And we had the forethought to plan out this, which is great. But they should have some financial risk. They're coming into the city and they're taking a benefit that's something we built for them.
I'm going to defer this expense for replacement to finance because, of course, they're much more knowledgeable than I am. Of course, what I mentioned, the construction and the payment of the loan that we received from the state for construction has been split funded by existing residents and current and future development. Those fees, that portion is paying the part of the loan that is servicing new development and future development. So for the construction cost of the plant, it is being split funded. Existing ratepayers are not paying for the portion that services new development.
Previous development that contributed fees paid for a majority of the cost of the expansion. So what you've already approved in payments that we got the big SRF loan for, a significant portion of that was paid for by development fees that were already paid by developers that came in previously. Future developers will contribute to the development impact fee program, and that will help do the remaining pieces of expansion that have to be done. The treatment process is a very complicated machine that's got a bunch of individual components, and not all of them are being expanded to build out capacity now. So future development will absolutely pay for some of these costs. We don't burden the existing ratepayers with all of that cost.
I would just like to understand what portion of this is future, because it's in the CIP. I know it's a lot today, but if of that $2.5 million, some of it is not because of us, some of it's because of people coming, then those developer fees should pay back to this, because we wouldn't have done it if we weren't growing the way we're growing at the same way, right? You wouldn't have built out a system for what? How many people will this service? 90,000?
92,500.
So there's 68,000 of us here. So now we're going there's, less than 30,000 people that are going to be here that are going to benefit from our payment. Because we chose to do this, because we knew what the expansion was. Does that make sense what I'm saying?
To an extent, yes. I'd have to go back and look, but when you guys approved the SRF funding agreement, I believe the percentage of development impact fee versus existing enterprise money was in that. I don't recall the exact split, but it was a very significant portion of it was from the development impact fee. So I'm not quite sure I understand. Everybody pays a share. Developers pay a share. Existing residents pay a share. We try to split those costs up as the analysis through the rate study indicates which portion should go to where. We try to split those up appropriately. I don't have the exact split for that, off the top of our head, but we do account for that effect. We don't make existing ratepayers pay for all future development.
So if in a memo you could send council how much of that 2.5 million future development will be paying for, that is not subject to our bill.
Are you talking about the 2.5 million for
The
fiscal year
expansion.
23?
Yeah, the 2.552, 280. That says expansion phase 2.
Yeah, so that's a little difficult probably. The overall CIP project was close to 90 million, and this is the remaining, we're at the tail end of that project, so I couldn't tell you what portion of the project that specific 2.5 million goes to. It's just a portion of the overall project. So I can get you the breakdown of the portion of the overall project. I can't tell you what portion of that 2.5 million went where.
It's just, yeah, understanding the financials behind that and who is, because if we're getting another 20-something thousand people and they didn't pay for any of this, because I know developer fees historical, that's one thing, but now are the new developers that are coming in, are they going to pay their fair share for their building?
Yes, absolutely. They will contribute to the development impact fee program.
But they're going to
their
pay
fair share.
what are their money that they're paying? Are they going to be used for future projects? Or are they going to be used for the one that they're using the day they get in, which is phase 2? Because those residents are going to benefit from this phase, right? That's build out. Then there's regular maintenance. That's another fee altogether, right? But this was designed for 90,000.
Portions of it.
Portions of it. So the portions of it, how do we make sure that the right consumer is paying for that?
And we have our consultant raising his hand on. He may be able to help with this conversation. So we'll turn over to our Zoom audience for our consultant to assist.
Good evening, council members. This is Sudhir Pardiwala with Riftalis Financial Consultants. So when we are looking at certain projects, we have to build them at a certain time. They have to be built in certain increments. And it may happen that you're building more capacity than what is needed right now. So when we charge capacity fees in the future, when future customers are coming into the system, the capacity fees, that the connection fees or capacity fees, impact fees as we're called it, when they come in, a portion of those fees can be used to offset future capital costs that will be incurred by your existing customers. So when we design the connection fees or the capacity fees, that has to be taken into account to make sure that when those fees are collected, that they will be used to offset ongoing replacement costs, for example, in the system. So it's just the timing of projects and the recovery of those fees may not exactly match. And therefore, when we recover fees in the future, they will be used to offset ongoing capital costs that will benefit your existing customers in the future. I mean, I don't know what portion of this is exactly required for future users, but the capacity fee calculation will take that into consideration and make sure that when you collect those fees, they will be used to offset capital costs that will benefit your future customers.
And that's the rub for me, is that word that you use, future, when they're benefiting from this expansion phase 2. And
So it's kind of like, think of it as billing in arrears. When you get billed in arrears, when we originally built the treatment plant, there were only existing ratepayers to pay for it. There was no development that said, here's a bunch of money. So all the existing ratepayers pay for that. As future development came, they increased money in the development impact fee. So future projects that benefited the group of people that paid for the original treatment plant, that money helped pay for that. So it's a timing conundrum, and I don't know that there's a way around that. The only thing we can do is make sure that all developers pay their fair share, and the remaining balance that has to be covered by the existing customer base is covered through the rate study.
okay, I don't think we're going to get much more from this. The next item, the laboratory, $1.8 million. Can we do without in order to save $1.8 million?
No, if you want to come out and look at our laboratory, we have 3 people working in a building designed for 1.5. I have boxes and coolers stacked up in the hallways, piled to the ceiling. I have a person working in a temporary office in a room full of refrigerators. That lab was not designed for the number of bodies that we have in it today, and it requires an expansion.
Okay, is there any opportunity to save any money on that, the way it's designed out?
We already contract out a significant portion of laboratory work just because we don't have the existing counter space to be able to do it all. We could theoretically parcel out more work to various laboratories if that was council's direction. We would be giving up some of the inherent advantages of having our own laboratory and having our own staff to do that analysis, though.
So right now you contract some of it out, and you're going to need headcount to do that if you bring it back in-house?
Some of the analysis we cannot do in-house. Some that we can do in-house gets farmed out. Some of the analysis is too complicated and we don't have the machinery for it. The analysis that we do in-house, we do specifically because it provides us operational advantages. There are times when it's beneficial to us to be able to get bacteria analysis results the next day rather than wait 3 or 4 days on a lab for it. So we would lose those inherent advantages if we farmed out all of that work.
But you're going to have to hire headcount since you're going to start doing it in your own laboratory, or do you already have that headcount?
Not currently, we already have the headcount.
Okay. Can you explain the headworks rehabilitation in 2025, $1.8 million, 1.875?
Sure. There's 4 million gallons of raw sewage a day that goes through that headworks. Raw sewage is very corrosive. The headworks is built out of concrete and steel. Some of the steel that is in there has completely corroded through, and the pipes that are embedded in the concrete have to be replaced. That's a very expensive, difficult construction project that will involve us having to completely isolate and bypass our existing headworks for a number of months while that construction is done. It also includes work to replace the equipment that has been in service well over 20 years, which is also made of metal that also corrodes in that environment.
Okay. Headcount is an increase of from 4.4 to $6 million. Is there opportunity to cut back on any of this headcount or outsource it so that it's not fully loaded?
The additional headcount in there are the 3 collections workers that we discussed earlier. If you would like us to look at costs for contracting all that work out, we can certainly do that.
I think if it saves residents money, I think it's something we should consider. Okay, so that is the wastewater. Now, the second biggest chunk is water. So if we go to the water rate study, water's going up a lot. Is that because we're increasing in population? It's growing from 10 million to $17.6 million. So that's a $7.5 million or 74% increase over 5 years.
Can you tell me which page you're looking at?
I'm sorry, let me go back to the other one. Water is on, it is on page 150 of the packet I have.
So you're looking at the supply line item?
Yes, supply surface water.
Yeah, those are primarily direct costs. We purchase water from CCWD and we purchase water from ECCID. The cost of the conveyance and transmittance of water has skyrocketed. That's a direct pass-through. The majority of that is a direct pass-through from CCWD.
So did you get these forecast numbers from our suppliers?
Correct. We got budget estimates from CCWD. They tell us how much the water is going to cost us every year, and then we put that into the rate model.
So we're going from an average household, if I divide it by the 22,000 households that we said, we're going from $458.21 on an average household unit to $800. That's how much our water is going to go up?
Keeping in mind that there are more than just households.
Yes.
This is a service population, which means businesses, customers, employees, as well as residents. So it's more than just 22,000.
And they're all charged at different rates, and it's all dependent on usage, too.
It's just that one seems, I mean, from $10 million today.
And that is a perfect example of why language has been included in the resolutions. These are costs that are out of our control. They are passed on to us directly from outside agencies. And that's why we're looking for the ability that, if necessary, of costs that are out of our control to make sure that our budgets aren't significantly impacted. If, for example, revenue adjustments or rates are not approved to increase, and then we do get these increases as proposed and given to us by these outside agencies, then we're unable to provide the service. And that's the sticky situation, and that's specifically why there's language in the resolutions to make sure those costs that are out of our control, that we can still provide the essential services without running our budget down to zero.
Which agency is driving this? Like, I know you say we
Contra Costa Water District. So
Contra Costa Water District. And what was their rationale for it? Because
That's a good question. We're not privy to their rationale on how they set their rates. We just get a notice of a rate increase from them because we purchase the water from them.
is there, like, so we purchase water from them and then we have well water? Are those the two sources?
We also have water rights from ECCID, which we run through our own existing treatment plant.
Which one had the lowest increase, ECCID or Contra Costa Water?
Off the top of my head, I do not know what the ECCID increase was this year. Contra Costa Water does annual increases, so they don't project multiple years out. And they do rate studies approximately April of every year. Their increase this upcoming year on July 1st was 7%.
Is there an opportunity if ECCID is cheaper to buy more water from them versus Contra Costa Water? Can you shift your?
Sort of. We have to balance the sources of water that we use to meet the quality. We can't use our cheapest water source all the time, which is groundwater, because the groundwater is too high in chlorides and it causes us to violate our wastewater discharge permit. So we have to balance the blend of water from ECCID and our groundwater wells, and we are limited by contract on how much water we can get from Randall Bowl Treatment Plant, which comes from CCWD. So it's not just a matter of picking the cheapest water. We also have to make sure that water meets all the regulations and meets all the aesthetic standards that the residents appreciate.
Okay, thank you. There's another big line item, which is $6 million, which is Los Vaqueros, but I think we're all paying into that for that expansion. I would hope that would actually bring down water costs, but okay. And then on that one, the payroll is increasing by 30.5%. You're going from 5 million to 6.5 with 3 headcount. I guess I don't think we have to talk about it, but just I think all headcount, we should look into it. Is it something we need to do in-house, or is there cost savings if we outsource on any of these jobs?
So the headcount for the water enterprise is driven on a couple of things. We're funding an additional GIS technician and a project services specialist. One of the new regulations that we have to comply with is SB 606. SB 606 is a very onerous regulation that requires us to target a per capita water usage of 55 gallons per person per day. We're currently averaging about 100 per person per day. So this bill requires us to use satellite imagery and algorithms through a GIS system to look at every single parcel of every connection that we have, estimate how much land is on that parcel that could be irrigated, and balance that with how much is irrigated, and then they allocate us a certain portion of gallons per capita per day per service connection. There's over 20,000 service connections, so we'll have to rely heavily on our GIS mapping system to do that. We also have a consultant in place that's helping us do that is also working with the state to help refine these regulations and see if it's even feasible to meet. So those two positions are strictly driven by regulatory compliance. I don't think we can privatize those and contract those out.
Okay, so, I mean, again, if there's anything that we could do, that would be fantastic.
Well, let me also point out that the water enterprise is the only fund of the 3 enterprises that does not currently meet the 30% reserve. And if you look at part of that rate increase is to get us back to the 30% reserve level. So if we were to have a massive event that require funding, this would be the one enterprise that we're worried about.
Yeah, okay. And then the other one is garbage, which is a $10 increase from now till then. So that one doesn't concern me as much. It's just the other two are pretty big. So thank you. I know that was a lot, but thank you.
And a final question about purple water. Is there anything we can do to make that more accessible to people so that they can save some money doing their landscaping or whatever else?
There are limited things we can do. We do have the automated residential recycled water fill station. Anyone can use that. Just come register and then they can come get as much of that free water as they want. It is very costly to extend those pipes to various locations throughout town. So we've briefly looked at expanding recycle fill stations in parts of town, but it gets complicated. You have to find some land, which means right away and purchase agreements. And it would be cost prohibitive to do that when we already have the accessible source there at the treatment plant.
Thank you. So I believe we are at, bear with me. If there's no other questions, then we will move into the public hearing. And I need a motion to, actually no, we go into public comment.
This is the time to comment on agenda item D1. If you're in person, please file a speaker card on the form provided on the counter at the back of the chambers. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand. Remarks are limited to 5 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. We did receive one public comment on this item prior to the meeting, and that's been posted on the city's website. And also, if you have a protest you want to turn in before the end of the public hearing, you can provide that to me. The first speaker is Roger.
Thank you very much for hearing me. I had a list of things that I wanted to bring up, but after hearing these comments from you folks, it kind of changed my list, okay? But I will tell you this. I come from Southern California. I lived in a city called Lakewood with a zip code of 90713. Lakewood was founded in 1952, 54, okay? They had no money for anything, okay? And the city developed a situation with a very good outcome, solution by contract. This is the first city in the United States that did such a thing, okay? So this gentleman's talking about repairs on the lateral repairs and stuff. Lakewood subs all that out to private contractors, and they do so much better because they're not meeting equipment costs. They're not meeting the cost of retirement benefits and all these other benefits that the city offers that I'm not saying public contractors don't, but they're able to do it with a better sense of fee and better timing. Let's say employees maybe work a little bit more strenuous, a little harder. They're well used to what they're doing. They might replace 3 or 4 of these lateral things a week, or I don't know what the numbers are, but I'm sure they could outperform, okay? As far as the water goes, I didn't know you buy all this water from everybody and the costs are a concern to it. But I would also think solution by contract again, and I know some of this testing needs to be immediate and available right there so you can add your chemicals to the water treatment plant immediately. But some of this stuff, solution by contract, you may find a better source. And because you're putting this out for bid, you might have 1 or 2, 5 or 6, 7 or 8 people, contractors, companies, enterprises bidding on this stuff. I currently pay the water bill and the trash bill for my property in Lakewood that is now renting out to help pay for my property here, okay? And I could tell you I pay bi-monthly, and then my water and trash bill is about half of what it is right here. Now, Lakewood has their own well water. That is one of the only departments they have is the water department. The trash is all put out to bid and contract. It's taken care of every week, just like it is here, and they do a fantastic job, okay? I did have a business in the city of Long Beach who operated their own trash department, and I could tell you there's night and day difference between them, okay? There's a little bit more, for lack of a better term, laziness amongst the city workers in Long Beach, comprised to the contracted companies that handle the stuff as B&D disposal, okay? So some of these things, I think you guys could do far better looking at contracts and putting these things out for bid, and just not to 1 or 2 contractors, but statewide, nationwide, okay, for some of these things, okay? I didn't realize that you had to have the reserves that you have to have, okay? The 30% and stuff like that. But at the same time, I'm wondering, you know, about the contract you were talking about for hauling of waste that you did in February. In February, the price of diesel fuel and natural gas was $1.50 a gallon higher than it is right now today. Can you possibly go back and renegotiate some of those contracts based on today's prices and work with your vendors to help us some, okay? They might have looked at a price on a contract that's based on pricing that was set at that period of time and is not really valuable anymore. Things like airlines and stuff, they buy fuel on a yearly basis so they can hold prices through the year. And are your contractors doing it or are they not? I don't know. But there's things that could be done that could help us a lot, okay? And I would investigate looking into things as how some of these other cities do practice in Southern California. And I'm not saying that's a better place, okay? I'm not. I love it here. I love Farmville. I can't say enough great things about this city. And the police department, I would really like to go out from the bottom of my heart and thank you as well as the fire department, okay, for protecting us. But there are some solutions, and I know that you guys are kind of a new city, and in the fact that you're just coming out of the year 2000s and stuff with a large population, but there are some things I think that where we can cut some corners and save the residents of this city some money. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Dick DeRosset.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with the solid waste. I know there's a lot of cost involved with the trucks and the workers and so on. The thing I have a problem with is the cost of that you want a 6.5% increase on your water, utilities, and so on. I've lived here for 26 years. The cost that I paid for my water meter, average $20 a month, is $6,240. Okay, so in June of last year, I put in, or my wife and I put in artificial turf. We put in drought-resistant plants, and my water bills are the highest they've ever been. And this year has been the wettest year. And you call the water department and you talk to them and they say, well, cut your showers down. I don't know if anybody's ever been into service, but you learn you don't waste water. Number 3, and the last thing, we have condos, apartment buildings that have been going up. Now, at Southgate on Sand Creek, there's 166 units that are either owned or up for sale. There's Canyon Gates that has 100 rentals in there. And Blossom on Amber Lane, there's 288. Now, if you just charge $20 a month for each water meter, that's $10,500 a month. That's a pretty good increase for your water district. So I don't have a problem. I'm sure, and I know, they say, oh, we'll cut back. I've never seen anything go up that they brought back down. Never. And I've been around a long time. So that's all I have. Take it for what it's worth. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ralph Olson, followed by Earl Pagan.
Hello, thank you for the chance to speak. My protest letter was written earlier today based on the information I saw. A number of my questions have been answered. Certainly the fact that rates are actually determined each year rather than 5 years, the study being for 5 years. But of course, it's awesome to see a 30% increase that's happening over 5 years, or could happen over 5 years. So especially when you look at the commercial solid waste rates, and they're going up 0% for a couple of years, and then a couple percent after that. 0, 1, and 3 and 3 in the next 5 years, whereas ours are going up 6%, 6.5%. So there's certainly a cause for concern. Hearing the costs that are going up that we don't have control over is certainly one thing that makes it a little more understandable. And the fact that the construction of new facilities or capital costs for new facilities is being covered with developmental fees. So, you know, I've appreciated the presentations tonight. I do want to comment on the contracting for services. I worked for 9 years with a city nearby in their wastewater operation. And as we considered contracting, we couldn't justify it at all because they don't maintain the facilities that you put out. They collect the money, but then they don't maintain stuff that the city is going to come back to. So, you know, I applaud your working on the fact that you consider contracting, but know that there are real drawbacks to it as well. So, thank you again.
Thank you. The next speaker is Earl Pagan, followed by Vivian Fay.
Good evening. My email, I guess, is in the record, so there's no real need for me to read it. That's what I was going to do. But I will say that I am retired. I'm on a fixed income, and I was hoping to submit that anything over 1.5% annually is considered excessive. I do appreciate the discourse that we had, or that you all had, and it helped me a little to digest some of the figures that you're throwing around. The only thing that I've really come up with is just wondering, was there any benefit provided by the heavy rain and snowfall in the December to April timeframe? And if your rate study experts could quantify this for us. That's really all I have to add. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Vivian Fay. And I will come back and see if Vivian's here after we go to the Zoom commenters. I'll call on Carolina Villaseca. Carolina, go ahead.
Yes, thank you for all the very in-depth questions and the discussions. There may be an unintended consequence, which I would like everyone to realize. Some of us bought homes and we're already paying very high taxes and then Mello-Roos on top of that. And if you add an extra 30% over 5 years over that, that is income that we will not have to spend in Brentwood or anywhere else. So this is income that we would have spent at the farmer's market or at local restaurants or, you know, taking our kids to the movies, but we will not have that income because we will be paying our water bill and sewer and et cetera. So, and like Councilmember Mendoza mentioned, there are a lot of people on restricted income. It's not just elderly people, but we also have people who are disabled, people who just don't make a lot of money in Brentwood. And so when you put all those communities together, you're gonna see a definite drop in people partaking and spreading the wealth around Brentwood. So any way that we can take a look at not going as high as almost 30% would be really, really appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Cynthiana Todor. Cynthiana, go ahead.
Hi, good evening again. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this item. I would like to start by saying I really wish my salary would go up 30% in the next 4 or 5 years. On top of that, I am all for contracting out these services at least we would cut out all the pension obligations for the employees. Nothing against the employees who serve these services today. I think they're doing a fantastic job as best as they can. However, there were some critics around like quality of water, blah, 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 who are friends with people who support keeping the employees in place. But definitely, I would have liked to see a proposal of contracting out and comparing those budget numbers in this particular meeting. Also, it was mentioned the fact that it's not just about employment cost, but facility costs as well. Is the city willing to sell their facilities and have a private enterprise managing those? That could be another option. Also, again, there are no incentives for people to use less water. We, in particular, changed our landscape to be more drought tolerant and making sure we reduce our water usage. There was no incentive from the city or state or county that we've received. In the past, I know this have been passed around, but currently there's nothing that would actually stimulate our city residents to make any changes in their consumption. Another thing, I do agree that a lot of our residents are on a fixed income. And we have to be mindful when we actually say, yeah, this is great, we're just going to raise this rate. And that's a category that really needs to be protected. So I understand there's tiers, there's all that good stuff. However, again, the pension obligations the city has to pay factor into it. A lot of the employment costs, facility costs, maintenance, and everything that goes into this rate is just incredible to me. Like I said, I wish, and I make pretty good money, and I am a good performer. I never, ever got to 30% increase in my pay rate within 3 or 4 or 5 years, whatever this forecast covers. So these are my arguments, and I hope you take into consideration and ask for more options, more opportunities to cut costs, to protect the categories in our population that would not possibly be able to pay this increased rates over time. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no additional hands raised and no additional speaker cards.
Thank you, Margaret. Before we close the public hearing, can staff address two of the questions that I think I just heard two? One of them is about the impact of the drought on these potential rates, and the other one is about any kind of cost savings from water reduction by household. Thank you.
Sure. Regarding the drought, yes, the water quality in the Delta, which is where we purchase the surface water from ECCID, and also where CCWD gets some of their water from that we purchase from them. That water quality is the best that we've seen it in years and years right now. So we are able to use as much of our existing surface water rights and blend groundwater with it as we can now. During the drought years, that water quality was much worse, and we had to do a significantly more balancing between the multiple water sources for that. And can you repeat the other one again?
The other one was
Casey,
about...
If I can add on to that, and the benefit of being able to use the groundwater is that that is our cheapest source of water production. And then it can keep rates down, and you can have your water usage within tier 1, which is the lowest water tier of the 4 proposed tiers for residential, and that tier cost is proposed to be reduced. through this rate study.
So we are seeing the cost savings from, okay.
We are. Tier 1 water rates are proposed to go down within this rate study. So that means the lowest water users that keep their water usage within Tier 1 are going to see their bill decrease, not increase. Because that cost of Tier 1, which is based on the cost of using groundwater, has decreased.
Okay, thank you. I think that answers the other question
And then
as
I didn't
well.
mean to, I just
No, I think that
just
answered
wanted to
both
add those
questions.
details for clarification. So there is the ability for people to have their bills decrease.
Okay, thanks, Deborah. Thanks, Casey. And thanks to staff. I think this discussion was really very helpful for a lot of people. If there are no other speakers, I need a motion to close the public hearing.
Vice Mayor, before the public hearing is closed, can we just make one last check if there's any other individuals in the audience that
Oh,
want
yep.
to submit protest
Okay. And I actually
materials?
see another hand raised as well.
If someone wants to speak, they can if they haven't already spoke. The public hearing hasn't closed, so.
Right, okay.
You can fill it out later.
We've not officially closed the public hearing.
Sorry, I did not come here expecting to be up here, first of all. But as Javita asked a bunch of questions, I'm a CPA, so it got my wheels spinning in my mind. I guess one of the questions that I would bring up, and you can consider it or not, whether it to be answered, but he talked about the laboratory of 1.8 million. And I guess a lot of it we outsource currently. And so my question is, if we spend 1.8 million on a laboratory, have we considered the cost savings in that budget that it should reduce some of the other costs because we are now not having to outsource as much? And then secondly, the only other question that I really had, as a CPA, we have a procurement function, and usually we go and we will then kind of put a bid out to a bunch of people or push on people that are like, oh, we're going to raise your rate. Okay, I'm going to go somewhere else. Or let's have a discussion, because I'm not just going to accept the fact that, sure, you can just keep charging me more and more and more. Do we do anything like that? Or do we have the ability to go and say, I'm sorry, you have a 75% rate increase to us? I understand costs are going up, but what is our ability to push back on those types of things or look for other opportunities or other providers? I understand all the metrics that have to go into water quality, but are there other methods that we could go and procure water to be able to reduce those costs or push back? Those are the two things that came up. Thanks.
Good evening. This may be a bit of a controversial statement that I'm going to make, but I appreciate Councilmember Mendoza bringing up all of the options for outsourcing and to save money. And I'm on a fixed income in Brentwood City, Brentwood community. And I appreciate that. I appreciate thinking about that. My only other comment is this city is very promotional about buy local and support our local businesses. Well, at the same time, if we outsource, we don't support local employees and their employment. So I would like you to consider that.
Margaret, do we have additional speakers?
We do. We have 3 hands raised in Zoom, and I will call on Ron. Ron, go ahead. Ron, can you unmute? Go ahead.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
So I'm not sure who made the comment. Good evening, by the way. This is the first time I've been on Zoom for City Council. So I wasn't really going to speak tonight, but with all the facts and figures coming out in the meeting tonight, someone about 5 minutes ago mentioned that the water rate is actually going to go down for the first year, which it's actually going to go down 10 cents per unit. I believe, as I look at the pamphlet that was mailed out. So I just got my current water bill today, and it was $3.28 per unit. And the current or the next rate for July 1st, 2023 is going to be $3.18 per unit. So, 10 cents per unit on 1,000 gallons. Woohoo! I also want to say that we're on a fixed income. We have the smallest garbage can available at 32 gallons, and we never fill that up. We do have 2 green bins, which we do use quite a bit. So I know that all the garbage is included in the one bill. But I also want to say that we're on a fixed income, and the 30% plus increase for water over 5 years, I think is a little excessive. I know that there's costs involved in the wastewater treatment, but then you look at the garbage as well, and the first year it's going to go up 6%, the second year 6%, and then 5, 5, and 4. So when you look at the overall bill, we try and use about 3,000 gallons per month. We're retired. I've changed all my landscaping. I have a small plot of lawn for the dogs in the back. My current bill was $112.06. On July 1st, that would actually, for the first bill, if this increase goes through, would add $8.52 to my bill, which to many may seem like a lot, not a lot, but it is when you're on a fixed income. And looking 5 years ahead with all the increases, it's on a fixed income. I look at the numbers and it just scares me. And I do want to say thank you, Jovita, for bringing all the facts out. I appreciate all your questions and working so hard for the city of Brentwood residents. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you. The next speaker is Christian Aguiar. Christian, go ahead.
Hi, everyone. I know we didn't get to cover too much E2, and I wanted to highlight some of the concerns with community members. My name is Christian Aguirre. I'm the Adult and Family Programs Director at Rainbow Community Center. We focus in serving our LGBTQIA+ communities all the way in Contra Costa. We have clinical.
Christian, I'm sorry, we're on a different item right now. We're still discussing. I'm sorry.
I had my hand up for a while since like 7 something, so I thought it was public, but I could come back for another time.
Sorry about that. We'd love to hear your thoughts later when that item comes up, but we're still working on our water study.
Okay, sounds good.
Sorry about that. Thank you.
The next speaker is Trisha Picaro. Trisha, go ahead. Trisha, are you able to unmute? Trisha, can you unmute? You have your hand up. Trisha's not responding to the request to unmute.
I'm guessing that they thought that you had closed the public hearing. If there are no other speakers who are ready to speak on this item, I need a motion to close the public hearing.
I make the motion to close the public hearing.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And opposed? No. I'd like to continue council discussion on this item, but I think I want to mention that it's been discussed over and over again tonight, the concerns that we have for people who are fixed income, lower income, retirees. And I think I would really like to see us trying to dig a little deeper into finding ways we can somehow work this out. I don't know I know that we discussed subsidies as being something that's not really an option because we don't want to charge other residents for the people who aren't able to cover the full cost, but maybe there's somewhere we can pull some kind of, from the general fund, something for that, although we'd have to figure out what the criteria is. I think we need to have some more discussion about that, but Beyond that, what other discussion do we want to have here as a council?
I just want to see us go back and look at outsourcing. I understand the local, but we can't require our employees to live here. So it doesn't mean that they necessarily live here. But I'd like to look at outsourcing as many positions as possible in order to save on things. I agree with the comment about contracting out whenever possible. We know it costs more when we bring it in-house because of just the way our pay structures are. So if there's any opportunity with that, I would like staff to look at that.
Other discussion?
I want to add, I did go do the wastewater tour, and I do really appreciate the comments and the conversation of going line by line, because I really think it was insightful and really helpful to our residents. So I appreciate Councilmember Mendoza for going line by line on those items. For the lab, though, I did see, when I went, there was actually one of our laboratory workers working in such a small space. I'd say that that's less than 1,000 square foot space that our lab is currently in. Would that be correct, Casey?
For the entire laboratory, yeah, that's probably right.
Yeah. It was really hard to maneuver through there. Can you, because I know when I did the tour, we were asking, well, where else can this move? There's no other place on that facility built right now we can put the lab in. Is that correct?
That's correct. And the lab has very specialized equipment that has to be built into that structure. And it's also 23 years old now, so it's reaching the end of its useful life anyway, so we would have to either rehabilitate that entire lab. In this case, when we looked at the spacing needs to accommodate the people that we do have already, it just makes more financial sense to build a new laboratory and then reuse that existing space for something else.
Yeah, thank you. It is no jab at it, but it literally feels like a coat closet where we're testing and making sure that the quality and everything is right. But I think there were a couple of things that were raised. I do agree that outsourcing for staffing is a great idea. I would also tag on with looking into that. But it seems like as far as where we get our water from, we've tapped into every source of where. I don't think there's any other alternatives. I did think that Ms. Todor's, I would have asked, I think it was like more of a suggestion, but I'd ask a question in addition to the question that I asked earlier, which I think this is not the time, but I think it's something we need to return to about having, whether it come as our vice mayor said, from the general fund or wherever, we can find some other sources for a discount program. I think Ms. Todor asked the question or was bringing up, has there ever been a program or incentivizing for going drought resistant for the people who make improvements that support water conservation? Have we done that, or is there something in place?
Yeah, we did a lot of that during the drought, 2014, 15, and 16. James, you can help me, but I think we spent well over $1 million reimbursing people to take out their lawns and put in artificial turf. And we do have additional money included in this rate study. If those drought conservation programs come back, we have funding built into that to be able to continue that lawn replacement program.
Okay, thank you.
And if I can piggyback onto that, when we did have the mandatory water conservation that came from the state in 2015, we did have an incentive or a rebate program for users who reduced their water usage by a certain percentage. But keep in mind, if you are funding rebates and incentives, that's an additional cost line item to be included in your budget and passed on. It has to be paid for somewhere. Mm-hmm. So including incentives just increases your budget expenses and has to be passed on through the rates. It's just something to keep in mind if that is to be considered.
Thanks. I think I'm with and that's understandable, but I think appreciating the caller who said, $8 may seem like, not a lot to some people, but considering we have commuters in our city who go back and forth, $8 is 2 gallons of gas. It may be the difference between going back and forth to work. And I think it's something we definitely need to consider. And I think it was very well stated that it's not just for people on fixed income, but a lot of us struggle with it. So I really appreciate the healthy dialogue that we're having right here, and I wish there was something else we can do.
I think I would agree definitely about evaluating the headcount situation, and I thank you also, Councilmember Mendoza, for raising that. I think that is worth looking at. Could we potentially look into any state grants, federal grants, any kind of grants around trying to create some sort of a subsidy program? and looking at what kind of criteria could feed that. I mean, I know there's not a lot out there. We're all kind of grasping at straws at this point, trying to find ways to help the people that this could make a difference, where they can afford their food on the table or medication or rent or mortgage. I mean, I think there needs to be a way to somehow look at that. And I'd like to see that staff can explore some ideas there. Again, shaking the trees to see what falls. I'm not sure what we can do, but I hope there's something we can look at in that area. And then I do think we should evaluate, like I said, for the head count for 3 to see if that's where we can see some cost savings in this overall budget.
And I think at some point we need to talk about studies on outsourcing whole enterprises. Is it worth it to keep it in-house as a city? Or is it something that we have to look at outsourcing if it saves our residents money and they either have on par or better service? I mean, it's not, I don't want to do it, but I mean, this is going to hurt people a lot, so.
So,
May I ask a procedural question?
of course.
Procedurally tonight, the next section, we're going to be asked for if someone wants to make a motion, and we have several options for motions to be made. I guess where I want to go procedurally, this sounds like there may be a request to find out more information as it regards the outsourcing. I think that's the only one area that seems like where there is potential wiggle room, where we have autonomy to make some change. Is there a potential to approve the rate study as presented, or to continue the rate study discussion to a future date, considering we have a lot of stuff coming up on calendar? I know that's scary. What are our options here in order to get more information? But also, the cost of water is increasing, and we don't have a lot of wiggle room.
I'm going to jump in for part of that answer. Tonight you have before you questions about the rates. A lot of the discussion I'm starting to hear starts to go more to policy decisions that are really not agendized. So if someone wanted to learn more about a program to assist those who need assistance, they wouldn't know that's on the agenda. If someone wanted to know more about outsourcing, they wouldn't know that you're talking about that tonight. And so those sorts of discussions really are more appropriate at a future meeting. Tonight, you're really looking at the rates. Staff can discuss what the impacts are of delaying the rates. That's certainly appropriate. But the discussion I've been listening to it and haven't, jumped in, but it really the focus is the rates. And certainly a lot of this relates to the rates, but some of it starts to move more to a council policy decisions on issues that there are likely members of the public that want to be part of that discussion that are not here because they didn't know it was on the agenda.
So could we potentially make a motion that accepted everything except for the part where those 3 potential headcounts are noted? I'm sorry? Well, but it was the 3 that were. So if that, could we potentially make a motion to approve everything but the section that is discussing the incremental adding of headcount? I'm wondering where if we can separate some of this.
I don't know if that's as easily separated as that. I'll leave some of that to staff, but I don't think you can just, right now you're looking at the rates. And, if they can determine that component is going to reduce the rate by X, then maybe you can do that. But I don't know if that's.
We wouldn't be able to answer that direct question tonight.
Can we potentially, if we approve the rate study as presented, we do have the right to reduce, right? If we want to, we just can't increase. So someone, if they would like to, can potentially make a future agenda item request for staff to come back and give us a analysis of the 3 additional, whatever the employment is. And then we can come back to this and reduce the rate study. We just can't increase it any further. Is that correct?
Yeah, if the council adopts the rates tonight, that's correct. You couldn't increase it without another rate study. But I'm not aware of anything that would prevent you from reducing it if you so desired. But I'll look to outside counsel that's been assisting on this, Ben Fay, if there's anything I'm missing with that response. All right.
And quick question. I think Casey, if I'm not mistaken, you said we weren't approving the head count tonight. So the head count portion of it can't go into effect until we approve the head count. So maybe when you bring back the head count, that's when we have this discussion.
That's correct. You're not approving any additional employees tonight. You're only approving a rate study and a revenue funding. Additional headcount would be requested in a future budget item.
Okay, so then when it comes, so you probably have heard our discussion. So when you come back for this headcount ask for these 3 enterprises, I think you know what we want to see, right?
A detailed ask would be helpful.
Okay, so then we'll make that so when we can make that the agenda item, you add that to the budget request for the headcount.
Before we consider a motion, was there any other clarification staff needs from us other than what we put into the motion?
Just to point out that there are 3 motions. You're going to be requested to make 3 different resolutions for the 3 different enterprise accounts. So that's one point to make. The other point, if you delayed this, every month it's delayed, you're looking just for the water fund alone, $9 million of lost revenue that would address some of these ongoing capital and maintenance needs. So just keep that in mind. And while we did point out that we can look at any time in the future, any other ways to conserve on any of these expenses, that can always be an ongoing council-directed effort. Even if you establish the peak of what those rates can be for the next 5 years now, those can always be lowered in the future if there's other conservation of expenses that can be accumulated later.
Thank you.
Anything else, Casey or Deborah?
No, that's good for me.
That is exactly what I was going to say. We could not increase rates without another rate study, public notification, which is a 45-day requirement, and hearing. But this would set a cap on rate increases. And then as we move through the 5 years, if we find that the expenses or the revenue needs are not as we expected, then we can have an annual increase that is lower than what this maximum has been determined and noticed to our customers.
Thank you.
And then if I may, just one additional clarification. At the dais tonight at your places, there was some revised resolutions that the revisions pertain to removing wording to allow the resolutions to be adopted by a simple majority rather than a unanimous vote tonight. And then also the discussion on the pass-through of charges. And so if the makers of the motion, if they so desire to ask for those resolutions to be adopted, it would be appreciated.
And those are in the additional packet that was?
Yes,
okay.
That's correct.
Okay. If there are no other questions or comments, I will now take a series of motions on each of our 3 resolutions.
Okay. As detailed in the staff report, I move to adopt the resolution as presented in the additional packet provided tonight, accepting and approving the water and waste rate study and the rate structures for water utility service.
And if I could just insert before you did a second on that, we were supposed to also announce how many protest ballots we've collected as of the close of the public hearing, and it's approximately 129.
192.
192, I've inverted some numbers, 192. And so there's not a majority protest that's been submitted.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
And all in support?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? And second motion?
As detailed in the staff report, I move to adopt the resolution as presented in the packet given to us tonight, accepting and approving the water and wastewater rate study and the rate structures for wastewater utility service.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
And the final motion, as detailed in the staff report, I move to adopt the resolution as presented in the packet that was given to us tonight, accepting and approving the solid waste rate study and the rate structures for solid waste utility service.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
And opposed? Before we get on to our next item, I've got a request to take a 5-minute break.
And you'll reappear at 9:45?
We will come back at 9:45. Thank you. Welcome back. Our apologies for running a little late. Where are we? Yes, yes. We are going to move ahead now for the request to move items E1 and E2. So our next item is regarding the Sand Creek Sports Complex, and Bruce Mulder and Verde Design will present. And real quick, thanks for everyone who's sticking this out.
All right, welcome back, everyone. So good evening once again, Vice Mayor and council members. This evening, we are bringing the Sand Creek Sports Complex conceptual plan. And what we plan to do tonight, the Park and Rec Commission back in April reviewed the plan and approved the plan, making a recommendation that it come to the City Council. The overall conceptual plan ended up with a price tag around $30 million. And our original budget was $15 million. And then thanks to the City Council was able to identify some additional funding where we got that budget up to $19.2 million. However, that obviously is not enough to cover the entire planning for the park. So what we have tonight is we have Verde Design here to review the planning and design process. And then we will walk through the overall conceptual plan and the amenities that are going into the park, and then talk about the first phase with the idea that we really want to get the sports fields in and the infrastructure for the sports fields with lights, with parking, with concessions to be able to move forward and get our youth playing in the park, to be able to do leagues, to be able to do tournaments. So that's really been the goal, the emphasis through the Park and Rec Commission. So we're excited to be able to bring this plan to you this evening. And then we would like to confirm the conceptual plan and then talk about confirming which goes into this first phase so that we can move forward with the design of the park. So with that, I will have Derek McKee with Verde Design present the conceptual plans this evening. Thank you.
Thanks, Bruce. Can we pull up the presentation?
Bruce, can you let us know which computer it's on? Is it on the presentation PC or yours?
It's on the presentation PC.
Thank you.
All right, there we go. Well, good evening, Vice Mayor and council members. Again, my name is Derek McKee. I'm with Verde Design. And this is an aerial of the site that I think was taken related to some of the survey work that was going on, but this was during one of our recent winter storms. You can see water in the adjacent pond and the creek flowing a bit there. Tonight, we're just going to walk through the elements we're looking at and quickly get to the designs and look at the cost estimating and the potential phasing for the project. So as Bruce said, the need for this came out from the community to have or add more fields to the city's infrastructure. The part of it was a strategic plan, and we talked about the funding already. So we've had 2 community workshops. We went to the Park and Rec Commission in April. We're here tonight, and then our tentative schedule is here. Well, the city's hired somebody to do the CEQA process, and that's scheduled right now to be completed in October. And then we've been doing a little work on a 30% package, but hopefully after tonight we can commit to that. And then the rest of our submittals are here. And our current schedule for bidding and construction start would be next year. So for the project, the main item is the fields. And what we're proposing are fields like these. This is Beach Chalet in San Francisco that we worked on. The fields would be lighted. We're looking at 3 full-size fields. This is a daytime shot. It's a little hard to see. You can see the full-size soccer fields, but these fields also have other sports striped for, like soccer for U12, U10, U8, U6, plus other sports like lacrosse. And I don't remember if we had field hockey on this, but some of those types of things and striping are proposed on the fields here tonight. The other thing that we were looking at is we tried to maximize the amount
fields. We did that. We really couldn't fit any more in, but we looked at other options to accommodate smaller fields. And one of the things we've been looking at here on projects are these multi-use hard courts like this. And this is one manufacturer. This is actually from the lighting manufacturer, Musco. But in this is essentially set up for futsal, which is about the same size as U6 soccer. And you can also play like indoor soccer on these. And then there's other options you can do with these courts, like these pictures show. So we have one here with a basketball court. We have a couple other games on this. So not only can you play futsal, you can do like the indoor soccer against the walls. This one has the pickleball courts in the center and lights on these as well, which is part of their system. And then we had a couple other systems. This is a company we use quite a bit for athletic equipment, and they're coming out with their own one. Theirs has netting along it, and then integrated goals into the walls. This is a company we work with that does playgrounds, but they're the first one that came out with this. And here you can see it's set up for basketball, has a volleyball system, and then the surfacing on these courts is TBD, but we would probably do like a tennis court surface, a textured surface. The pickleball was envisioned to be used on these as well, so we could stripe it for that. We are doing a lot of pickleball courts. It comes up now with every project. And we're doing more of these pickleball courts now separate or dedicated to their use and not overlap with tennis, just to separate those two uses a little bit more just because of the demand. The other thing we were looking at is an inclusive playground to be included in the project, a pump track. The picture on the right is one we just finished in Marina, just opened up. It was by far the largest park opening I've ever been to. It was a zoo. It was great to see. And then we're looking at doing some exercise stations, things for adults, multi-generational. So within the park, there's a lot of activities being planned. It's not just soccer or field sports, but we're trying to fill in other activities so that, you know, the whole family can enjoy the space out there. For the buildings, we have looking at prefab buildings, which is the one on the right. This is a concession restroom building, and but we're looking at a concession restroom building in one area, and then a restroom building over near the play area. And then obviously there'd be shade as well for bleachers, picnic areas, and those types of spaces. So for the final concept, we'll just walk through this quickly. We have 3 full-size fields, and they are synthetic, planning to use, you know, a natural infill within those. If you go out to any of the high schools around here, we finished recently the baseball and softball field renovations. Those have an organic infill in them that would be what we would propose here. It's an olive material. Within the fields, we show soccer being the full size, U14 and above. We have U10 and U12 on here. We also have lacrosse currently shown on what we're saying is field 1. So this is field 1, field 2 is in the center, and then field 3. Around the fields, we're proposing low fencing, like 42-inch, and then netting where it needs to be to keep foul balls in. That's more along the south edge and the parking lot edge. And then we do have some little nodules around the perimeter to store goals so that the goals could be safely outside of the fields, because every different field size has a different size goal. So there can be a lot of goals out here. So coming in from Sand Creek here on the bottom, we're gonna add a lighted intersection. That'll be our main entry. You'll come into the parking lot that's here. We have a total of 439 stalls proposed. We have a main entry area here, or a plaza space for the fields. And then on the right side, which is the east side, we have the playground, we have hard courts, we have the pump track, and then on the far west side of the parking lot, we have the maintenance area, our trash bin. Along the north edge, we have Sand Creek, and then we have the old Sand Creek Road, which we're now calling Sand Creek Trail, that is, you know, currently shown as our northern edge. So we're proposing improvements up to that edge on this design. So we have In addition, we propose practice baseball and softball out here. You know, some of the initial designs and programming had an idea to include baseball and softball out here, but that for game facilities, and that was something we heard in community meetings wasn't desired here. There should be more soccer or field sports, but there's still an opportunity for practice facilities out here for them. We're not doing anything in addition really for it, but it just provides them with an all-weather, field out here that they could practice on. For the different areas, we have the main entry area with a concession restroom, areas for the pop-up tents. Those can also go around the perimeter of the field. There is an arbor structure or some type of an entry element there. We're looking at doing some photo op type things for like the Champions Circle after an event. The multi-use court is here, used for different sports. This one's also showing the pickleball on it. We have pickleball here. On the fields to emergency access and things like that have been looked at. So like these double gates will be used for maintenance, emergency vehicles. And then we're really not doing pedestrian gates. We're just gonna leave gaps in the 42-inch fence and minimize that. Play area, all inclusive, 2 age groups, plenty of trees around, probably would add some shade structures to this too. Restroom building, picnic facilities around this. For the fields, we have the larger fields, we have bleachers with shade on the sides, and then on the north and south ends for the smaller fields, we have their own set of bleachers. And then we have more of the multi-use hard courts, the bike course, and more picnic and access and paving there. Along Sand Creek, we're doing planning and landscape. This is along the whole Sand Creek edge is the low point of the site. So a lot of our storm drainage facilities will be located along this edge and then along the parking lot as well. And then up above along the Sand Creek Trail, we're gonna do some pockets for warm-up areas. This is where one of the exercise stations is. This is the smaller soccer group type bleacher or shade. And then at the west end of the parking lot, we have the maintenance facility that'll be fenced in. They have their own building. And then we have the proposed trash bin area there too for easy access. So that's been considered phase 1. Phase 2 is this area that's on the Contra Costa County Flood Control District's land. And they have always been looking to improve this to increase the capacity. And we've had a couple of meetings with them so far. I think those will continue, but they're gonna regrade this whole basin here next to the project. And part of the opportunity, we believe, is to include some more recreation facilities in there. These fields would be natural grass because they would be in this detention basin. And there may be an opportunity to do some other elements, but we would need to provide ADA access down to them. But we can look at maybe doing some trails or some other things that don't impact the purpose of the basin. And it is right next to your site. The county told us that they're probably, if we were to start construction in 2024, they would probably be a year after. So that needs to still be coordinated with them and dialed in. So as Bruce said, the overall cost is approximately $30 million. And we are fairly confident in our cost. I had a public park project bid the other day that was within $10 of our estimate, which is pretty amazing. And then tomorrow we have Deer Valley High School bidding. We're redoing the field out there. So we'll see what the numbers look like. This is not the time to be bidding. We'd rather be bidding in December or January and bidding to get it set up for construction starting in the dry months. So we had overall estimate of around 30 million for the overall project. And then we worked with staff to come up with what a phase A could be, what was important to be included in there. So that included the fields, lighting for those fields, the concession restroom building, a portion of the parking lot that would align with the parking demand for the fields, but the rest of the parking lot would be provided, but just in a an aggregate base type level, so it wouldn't be paved with asphalt. And then from this, we generated a new value, our estimate, and then we went further and we started to split up what the rest of the park would be for you tonight, so you could see what the rest of the potential alternates could be. Initially, we had less, and then we just went all the way to finish it. So our initial ones were bid alternates to do work closest to the parking lot, which included these areas here. And then our next one was, I think, the maintenance area, and then kind of 2 for the finishing up the parking lot. And then it went on to like the playground and the other areas around the park within the alternates. So this is the estimate where we currently sit right now. Again, schedule hasn't changed, and then our request for council tonight. So I'll conclude with that, or stop there.
Thank you for the presentation. If anyone has clarifying questions for staff or Verde Design, please speak up.
Yeah, I have a question for staff. Does the bidding go through the same process we use where we put it on the spreadsheet and anyone can bid on it from a city perspective, or does it go through Verde?
The actual bid process, I think, is through Verde and included in that, correct? Or do you give us the project designs and then the city puts it out to bid?
Yeah, the city
Right.
puts it out to bid. We'll be there, yeah.
Okay, awesome.
It's a publicly bid project.
Okay, awesome. And then phase 2, and I know that's far down the road, but I do like that it has the 120-yard fields. What is, you don't have a number for that? That's natural grass?
Yeah, there's a lot of unknowns.
Okay.
On that, and but yeah, like who's paying for what for that?
Yeah. Okay.
So there's some coordination that still needs to happen with. They need to move a lot of soil, you know, and in our site and our project area is kind of blocking that. So there's some coordination that will need to occur.
Okay. The concession stand, I've gotten feedback that they don't open all the time. What does the contract say about them having to be open every time there's a tournament or games?
You're talking about at Sunset Park?
Mm-hmm.
I think the requirement is that they're supposed to be open when we have games out there, so.
So do we have it in the contract that there's what's like the ramifications if they don't?
I'd have to go back and look specifically at the contract and see. But I think generally speaking, when we have scheduled games out there, that the concessions is supposed to be open.
Yeah.
And it would be similar to here where we have programmed games and scheduled use of the field, and we would look at the concessions being open as well.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
I do. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
go ahead.
In the proposal, it talks about the infrastructure for the entire Phase 1 and stub outs for future projects. So everything will be plumbed, all the underground work will be done for the entire build out of the entire project?
No, like when you look at the plan, you know, for Phase A, we're gonna like stub out the storm lines, right, and not continue them. We're not designing every area out for grading and drainage, but we're gonna plan for that overall build out capacity and demand. So PG&E, you know, our electrical service, any data, anything like that, we're gonna bring in the initial phase, and but basically have it be either stubbed out or set up in a way it can be built, you know, in the future with that demand planned out.
So for example, that second bathroom on the far end of the complex.
Yeah, we would probably run water lines to within, you know, maybe 10 or 15 feet of our limit of work, but not to the bathroom location in case it changes or something comes up. Yeah.
Thanks.
If there are no other questions from council, we can open up public comments.
This is the time to speak on agenda item E1. If you're in person, please file a speaker card with the form provided on the counter at the back of the chambers. If you're participating via Zoom, Please raise your hand. Remarks are limited to 5 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. And we received no public comments on this item prior to the meeting. I do have 2 speaker cards in person. I'll call on Vincent Baldwin, followed by Don Pryor. Vincent?
Good evening, council members, staff. My name is Vincent Baldwin, president of East County Revolution Football Club. We support the conceptual design of Sand Creek Sports Complex and the implementation of Phase A of this project. I've lived in Brentwood since 2009, and I've visited all the parks that have a field or a court. And as a father of twins, it brings me great pride to be here to talk on behalf of my youth sports organization about this complex. A little bit about us. We're a nonprofit 501c3 organization based here in Brentwood. We have our roots going back all the way back to 1984. We provide high quality, diverse, year-round soccer programs from ages 3 to adult. We're mainly known for our competitive program where we have 480 players who play year-round and go all over Northern California. And we have teams as far as Fresno coming to here to Brentwood to play soccer. We're about to start our recreational program where we have this year, about 1,000 kids who will be playing about a season of about 10 games here in the city of Brentwood. We also have other programs such as our academy program where we have 6 to 10-year-olds, about 200 of them playing here in Brentwood. And just tonight, we had our semi-professional adult men's team play at Heritage High School in the playoffs and won. So we're really excited about what soccer is bringing here to Brentwood. So the building of the Sand Creek Sports Complex provides 3 important items for us: artificial turf fields with lights, large 11v11 fields, and a large parking lot. So I stated before, soccer in Brentwood is played year-round. And if you look at many cities in Contra Costa County, you'll find soccer played outdoors in the cold, in the winter months, the heat of the summer months as well. The city of Brentwood stands apart from its peer cities that there are no city-owned artificial turf fields with lights. Having such turf fields with lights provides a competitive advantage for our soccer teams at our club. And we can train now, again, with this complex. We get to train during those occasional rainy months that we've had. Who knows, we're gonna have them again. But playing artificial turf gives us the capability to play during the winter months. And with those lights, it gives us the ability to play between 6 p.m. and 9 p.m., training Monday through Thursday and having games on the weekends. And 2, for those fields, the large 11v11 fields provides us the ability to bring in more players, games, and tournaments here to this great city of Brentwood. And just for context, 11 versus 11 just refers to the maximum number of players being played on both sides of teams. And you can usually think about the fields that you find at the high schools. That's kind of the size of the fields we play on. And with this Phase A, this is where it brings that most value, those 3 large fields. Now, I'll put in a plug, I don't know if it's too late, that, of asking for one of those fields to be 70 yards by 120 yards. And we're finding now that we have the opportunity to play in higher level league, competitive leagues. And oftentimes they ask for dimensions of fields that are beyond the standard field size. So, and one thing also that we have to deal with as a youth soccer club is field space and availability. Now, during the spring months, we often find we have to go outside of Brentwood to play soccer because of field availability. Grass fields, we all know it rains, you can't play on them. So again, this goes back to Phase A, bringing in those artificial turf fields is gonna help us immensely. And then thirdly, I'll just mention that this October 28th and 29th, Revolution FC is gonna host our annual Boot Fest tournament. And this is where we bring in, last year, about 160 teams and played over 280 games. And then again, with this sports complex, it gives us an opportunity to bring in more games, more teams to eat and shop at our local area here. So I'll just end it here that, again, in summary, we thank you for this opportunity to speak on behalf of the football club here in Brentwood. And we just hope that the council will approve this conceptual plan. And it helps us to further provide our mission of providing a positive and safe environment for the highest quality of soccer training with development pathways that elevates our players. So thank you for your time and consideration.
The next speaker is Don Pryor.
Ooh, I've been sitting down a while. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name's Don Pryor. I'm a coach for Delta Breeze Lacrosse. Lacrosse has a storied tradition it's one of the oldest indigenous games. If you're to do a quick search, you'll find one of the fastest growing sports for adults is pickleball. For youth, though, it's clearly lacrosse. Delta Breeze Lacrosse has been around for only about 5 years. In this past season, we've almost doubled in size from the previous. We've hosted teams from all over our neighboring areas, from Walnut Creek, Danville, Pleasanton, Livermore, Oakland, Elk Grove, and we've even hosted a few tournaments as far away with people from as far away as Reno, Mendocino, and San Luis Obispo. These cities all have mature programs that have facilities to support their growth. Our founder, John Boone, brought the very prestigious NCJLA award to Brentwood this year for the first time for outstanding service to youth lacrosse. Our club also won the very prestigious Bill Belichick Award. We're very fortunate to have the support of La Paloma High School, who graciously allows us to practice on their campus. The field's about 66% of the size of regulation. It's grass, and it's maintained by our team and the school landscaping crew. There are no parks in Brentwood that have lacrosse lines anywhere, compared to some 12 soccer fields. What I'm asking today is to add lines to all 3 of these fields. And what I saw in the recent proposal is I didn't see any of the short-sided fields for the younger kids, and one field that was lined. And this is only a few $100s. The one additional aspect of these lines is it doesn't really create any kind of distraction or anything like that. So it's a very small price to pay. Keep in mind, we currently have no turf anywhere for us to use either, except for the high school that we rent. And this would be a great place for us to practice as well. On behalf of Brentwood Delta Breeze Lacrosse Club, I want to sincerely thank you for adding these to the first field as well. So that's really great. And I think that you'll find that your return on investment for these lines and these new fields will be well worth the minimal effort to add them. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no additional speaker cards in person. I do have one hand raised in Zoom. I'll call on Carolina Villaseca. Carolina, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm really excited about this opportunity for the city of Brentwood. And since we are in cost saving mode and trying to figure out the best way to finance everything that we have on our plate, I was wondering if city staff is looking for sponsors for the build out to help us cut costs. We have soccer and we have lacrosse, we have tennis, etc. Looking at all the sports that will be played at the sports complex, I think it'd be a great idea to see, soccer sponsored by, and I just forgot the name of the soccer club, San Jose Quake, etc. It's like, like if we have pickleball, is there a pickleball sports company that sponsors tournaments? What about them? Since, pickleball people are very vocal about their love of pickleball. The lacrosse folks, what about them? Let's look for opportunities, maybe craft or not maybe craft, maybe I'm thinking Oscar Mayer. There we go. That's what I was thinking. Hot dogs, food, Coca-Cola, companies to sponsor the concession stand. So it's just a thought. I've been watching the progression of this and can't wait for the groundbreaking. I just want to see if there's any way we can help lower the cost so we can get it done sooner. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ron. Ron, go ahead.
Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Good evening, City Council and City staff. This is my second time as a Zoom attendee. As I mentioned previously on Zoom, I am retired and on a fixed income. I've been a resident of Brentwood since 1998. I understand that this sports park has been planned since the early 2000s. I know because we live within a quarter mile from this proposed complex. I remember my son being 2 to 3 years old when I joined a softball league, and us adults played in softball leagues in the early 2000s at Sunset Park. Sunset Park is a pay-to-play park, if I remember. It is not open to the general public, except for maybe the kiddie play area. I have coached for pony baseball and for EDYSL in the past as well. Now for the good stuff. Keep in mind, I am retired and on a fixed income. So I have a few questions. One, who's going to pay for the sports park? The residents of Brentwood? Number two, are my taxes going to go up? Number three, how long is the estimate to recoup the cost of this park? 4, who is going to pay for the maintenance? Our tax dollars? From $15 million to $19+ million, and now $31 million. I understand that there are sports leagues that really want this, and I get that. And I know the kids need a place to play. You know, I was worried about my garbage, water, and sewer bill going up $8 a month. I'm not trying to be negative, but for $31 million, that's just crazy. Thank you for your time. Good evening.
Thank you. I have an additional in-person speaker, Nikki Pryor.
Good evening. My name is Nikki Pryor. I am one of the coaches for the Delta Breeze Lacrosse. I coach the youth 10 and 12 girls teams. My hope is to reiterate the voice of lacrosse here in Brentwood. Again, we currently have 8 teams. And our goal is to eventually to bring lacrosse to the public high schools here in Brentwood. Right now we have a youth 8, 10, 12, and 14 boys and girls teams and JV for the boys. At this time, we practice at La Paloma in their backfield. Again, as reiterated by the previous coach, Tom Pryor, is that it is something that we maintain ourselves. At one point, my 14-year-old son went and mowed the lawn in order to have the field accessible for us. The coaches and staff are the ones that line this field, and it is the only place that we have access to practice for our athletes. Our field sizes are similar to that of the soccer fields, which sort of seem to have priority here in Brentwood, which is admirable, but we also feel that our lines do not impede their sport and feel that we would benefit from adding fields for our youth lacrosse team. Right now, we are currently having teams coming from out of area. A lot of our youth girls, we don't have enough access for them here, so they are actually, our 14-year-old girls are going to Livermore in order to play lacrosse because we don't have enough access here to support the program. Again, we are just hoping to kind of add the lines to the fields in order to implement a growth in our sport here in Brentwood. So, thank you.
I have one additional speaker in person, and then another hand raised in Zoom after this.
Okay, thanks. I'm Mike. So I'm very excited about the soccer complex. My 2 cents are that it should be renamed. I made it known, I don't think it should be the Sand Creek Soccer Complex. It should be Sand Creek Soccer Park. That was the origination of the complex here. I do think there are a couple I wanted to quickly go over. I do think we're going to miss an opportunity by not making one of the fields at least 75 by 120, as Vincent was alluding to. There's a lot of opportunity to partner with local Bay Area professional clubs in the tier 1, 2, 3, and 4 levels. Carolina mentioned the San Jose Earthquakes. That's one. They've just partnered with Salinas, I think it was, to help fund a part of their soccer complex. And I think 2 things, making one of the fields a little bit larger. And then the other is increasing the size of the bleachers. I know that isn't always so important to a lot of the youth teams, but as far as attracting partnerships, money, sponsorships, community outreach from some of the professional organizations, I do know that they would like that. But I think that's something to look forward to. I think that's it for this one. All right, thanks.
Thank you. I have one additional hand raised in Zoom. Marisol Velez, go ahead.
Hi, thank you so much. I just wanted to call in support of these fields and moving forward with them. And I think, as Vincent has said, and I think is a lot of you on council and staff know, that East County Revolution Football Club has been here for so long, since, as Vincent mentioned, in '84, and been such a large part of this community. We also started, and still to this day, have to line a lot of our fields because we don't have turf. We have to use some of the parks that are out there. And Revolution has volunteers that go out there and do it as well. So this would be such a big win for that. But also just the revenue that Revolution could immediately bring to the city with this first phase A. So I don't know if that's something that your Parks Department can discuss in terms of revenue, in terms of what they can do to help with these costs, because I think having these soccer fields in phase A ready to go, I think could immediately bring in that revenue that, you know, some folks are talking about being concerned about. And the other thing is looking at, you know, what do we need immediately? I know that Jovita mentioned the concession stands, and a lot of the times the concession stands are not open during soccer games. So if that's something that can be taken out to save some money, that could possibly be something. But again, I am really in support of this. I'm so grateful that we've been waiting for 20 years. And again, I think that the return to the city of Brentwood immediately from Revolution putting through and renting these fields continuously, that would be immediate. So thank you so much for your support. Thank you so much for continuing to push this forward. It's so great for the, I think, economic impact too of the streets of Brentwood that are right there and all the other surrounding businesses. So thank you so much.
Thank you. I have no additional hands raised in Zoom and no additional speakers in person.
Okay, then we can close public comments and open up council discussion.
I have questions based on the public comments that I'd like to see if Mr. McGee can answer for us. I think we had two public comments where there was a request about the increase of the size from 70 to 120 yards. And I did sit through every single time we had this, and I think that this design was the more preferred at both of them. And so I appreciate all the work you all have done to kind of incorporate everybody's thoughts and ideas. How would the design change if we went on one of the soccer fields from the 70 by 110 to the 70 by 120?
We're just going to take up a little bit more room around one of them. So right now the fields are 70 by 110. And so I heard comments about 70 by 120 or 75 by 120. So 75 by 120 is pretty much the largest field there is. These fields align with the rest of the fields in your community as far as the field size, the ones you have at Sunset. So that's, you know, what we duplicated here. When we started working on the project, we also met with the agency that is responsible for the creek. And they told us there's a 50-foot setback from the creek top of bank. So we can't have things like the fields, you know, within that. So that constrained us a little bit on that edge because we were in some of that zone. So we had to pull the fields back a little bit from that. We still have some park elements and items that are pervious, which is what they want to see there. So we should be fine with those items.
So in essence, one of the fields, for example, field 3, could that be, so we have a little diversity in our fields for the potential that was raised for, you know, sponsorship or?
And I'm sorry to interrupt. Can you pull up the slides? So
yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Thank you. Like on field 3, is there, just as an example, is there the possibility to increase that?
Yeah, we
Just
did.
one?
We did look at it. What we were recommending actually is field 1.
Okay.
And we were thinking that would be our championship field. So, maybe it gets bleachers first, but we were planning for that one to have a scoreboard as well. And it could have, the bleachers could be looked at to be expanded. I don't remember what our seat count was on all of our bleachers. That may not be on this right here, but we did study that to see if that field could be increased in size, and it can be. And one of the reasons why we like that is because if the fans are there on the west side, they're watching the game, but they're facing east, not into the sun. And then we kind of have this park strip that is along the edge of the flood district property, that can also be used for the pop-up tents and those types of things in that area. So it would increase a little bit. We're going to need to take a look at that. The field's not going to be able to go up a whole lot, so most of our movement will shift down here to the southern edge of the field and reduce some of the space down here.
Okay. And then my second question, thank you for that one. My second question was asked to, can we get rid of some of the shrubbery? I guess there was one comment about, maintenance, and I agree that as a parent who sat on the side of the field at the Freedom Basin for flag football, and as a parent who sat at games for soccer, I'd prefer to be able to sit on the bleacher than would be sitting on the side of the field, potentially being hurt by a ball or a kid run into you. Is there a way to, on the side of field 1, remove some of the shrubbery to increase more? Are there other options to increase more bleacher seats for?
Yeah, we could increase more. The planning is like along that edge would happen last. We need to see what the flood control district's project is going to do. They are raising basically a levee along that side to contain the water. And so we're going to need to dial in these 2 projects, grading, especially along that side. So I don't see that being developed until the very end.
Okay, and then my last question is, I think this is more of a staffing question, just so that the public knows, because I did get emails about potential naming of the sports complex in honor of someone in Brentwood. We do have the option to do that, and if people are interested, if anyone from staff can tell the procedure for naming the sports complex.
Yes, we have received an application, and at the appropriate time, that will go through the Park and Recreation Commission for review, and then a recommendation would come to the City Council on that particular item.
And then the last question, I thought was the last question, but it's not. The item of increasing the lacrosse. I see on here, it does point to lacrosse. Does that include the lines for lacrosse? Because that did come up in public comment, and was wondering, as it's marked here, because I know I saw in the itemized statements, it says practice baseball, softball, and we saw that when looking at it, it was already itemized that we will have baseball and softball, like the equipment, that's going to be on there, the markings. But what about lacrosse? Will there be lines?
Yeah, we had lacrosse shown on field 1.
So the lines will be there.
That's the red lines in this that you see in this slide that's up here. The red lines are the lacrosse, and it's the new unified lacrosse, which is nice because traditionally boys and girls lacrosse or men and women's lacrosse has had 2 separate striping plans. It's the only sport really that does that. So now U.S. Lacrosse has come up with a unified striping, and we're using that more for these types of venues in high schools. So yes, so that field right here is being shown at 60 by 100. We would probably have it be the same size as soccer, so they use the common sidelines and end lines. And then the other comment was made about doing basically like we did with soccer. We did the smaller fields, which is sometimes called sprint soccer too. And lacrosse has a game like that. And, we could see what that is for going the width of the field is the idea, instead of, So you basically could have 6 games going on out here at once with 12 teams instead of 3 games and 6 teams.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Ditto on the 120. I think the more I hear, the more I think we need it. So I think I do see how you're gonna have to go south and that might compromise something there, but I'm gonna come back to the concession stand because I'm almost thinking, because that's 700 grand plus all the other stuff that goes with it, right?
But that includes the restroom too.
Yeah, so, and the restrooms we know are 400 grand because we just bought one not long ago.
Yeah, they're basically,
Yeah.
around there.
So my question is, and this is an idea that someone brought up to me. They said that so first of all, it's closed a lot. They'd say they maybe open half of the games that they have, right? Because it's privately, I guess, contracted out by someone. The second thing is they said they get bored of the same thing at every game. So they're like, why don't you just do a concrete pad for food trucks? And I know it's totally crazy because it's not on here, but that's something we can think about because it helps small business and it brings variety at every single game. So I don't know if that pad would be big enough for that. Yeah, okay, good.
Yeah,
Right there.
some people may go to the Morgan Hill Soccer Complex. We've worked on that and just actually did a master plan for them. But they have a mall, we call it, and they just line up the food trucks down it. So it is quite common. We worked on the Earthquake Stadium there too, and they have it, along the edge to the airport. So we set it up for emergency vehicles to get in here, but that would also work for this. And then we were setting up an exit here, so it could be, a loop that could be worked out. So that could be reviewed further to make sure it works, but we were thinking about having, normally for concessions, you still need to get vehicles to it to, resupply. So, yeah, we can look at that too.
Yeah, and then today, there was, I guess, one of the founders of the Roots was talking about this complex. And they did bring up, I think you mentioned more bleachers, but they brought up having more bleachers. Because then if you have the 120 and the bleachers, you can bring more people in. So I think I appreciate staff because y'all really listen to us on the lighting and the parking lot and all of that. And I understand how part of it's gravel, which is someday we'll get it all asphalt. But I do appreciate that because like someone, I think it was Vincent mentioned, kids get out of school at 3. By the time you go to practice, it's like 4. It gets dark at 6 sometimes. So lighting was super important and I appreciate you all doing that. And so, yeah, my feedback would be like, can we do the 120 and we might have to sacrifice something? I don't know if it's the pickleball courts or what. And then number 2 is maybe looking at a food truck alley. And the other reason I brought it up is because I saw it at UC Santa Barbara. They have like a little food truck thing on their campus and everyone loved it. So maybe contemplating doing away with the concession stand and leaving it up to the teams to choose their food trucks they want to bring in, which would then be a good fundraiser for them too. If they took part of those proceeds, it could help the teams as well. So that's my feedback.
Thank you. I had a few questions and comments as well, but one of the things I wanted to make sure we addressed is through staff, the comment from the caller who was unclear about what's funding this. So can we have just a basic overview of that for the caller with that question?
Sure, good evening. I'll take that one. So the project as it sits now is 19.2 million. And this is one we've really kind of pieced together from multiple sources to try and make it work. You'll remember we had ARPA funds originally, so about 6.9 million. We swapped that out, so that's now general fund, but know that the original source on this was ARPA, so we aren't losing general fund dollars to do that. We contributed the tech center sale proceeds, so about 1.6 million came from that. We have development impact fees, so parks impact fees. We were talking about earlier how when new development comes in, they pay fees to come into the city. So we're using $7.8 million of developer fees to pay for this. And then the last piece is cobbled together from a few refinancings we did. So we had $2.9 million from refinancings over the last 8 or 9 years. And we took those funds and put it into the project. So that's the totality of this project as it sits right now.
And Carrie, can you clarify then to the residents if there will be a cost to them for this construction?
So no, not a direct cost to the residents. There won't be a line item on your tax bill or anything like that. This is, the maintenance of this would be funded through general fund, as most city services are, but there won't be a charge that the residents are going to be asked to pick up to pay for this.
Thank you. Can we also get a general sense of, I realize this is not going to be a large amount of revenues coming in from this, but potential economic impact? Darren, maybe?
So, excuse me, anytime you would have people coming from outside the area for tournaments, we'd have an impact. We'd have to look and see how many teams, how many participants, average people that'd be in attendance, and then look at our hotel room night stays. And we could come up with a calculation for each event, but no doubt, if there's the opportunity for bringing outside tournaments, as I've heard the gentleman speak about, there would be a benefit both in sales tax, in supporting local businesses, and then room night stays as part of our TOT tax with the hotels.
Thank you.
And all those funds go directly to the general fund.
Okay. And what about,
I just want to piggyback on what he's saying real quick, if I can.
Yeah.
I don't know if you all saw an article today, but there's an article, I think it's either Rockland or Elk Grove. They are hosting their first NCAA high school basketball tournament. They're expecting $1 million in sales. And they expect 4,000 people. So it can make a big deal. And that's a high school tournament in Little Rockland or Elk Grove. Yeah.
and I think my point in bringing it up is not, Darren, to ask for a specific amount. I wasn't trying to put you on the spot like that, but just to remind people that this potentially could have some positive impact on the city's economic development. But can we talk a little bit about the potential of sponsorships?
Just briefly, we have reached out to the San Jose earthquakes at Councilmember Mendoza's invitation a year ago, and then we followed up just a month ago and are in dialogue with them about very detailed information we don't quite have just yet. And once we do, with some sponsorship information, and Bruce, you can add anything more if you have it, but we're definitely reaching out for all kinds of sponsorships as they come up.
Thank you. And I remember seeing, and granted, this is in some smaller cities up in the mountains, but that, for example, a local baseball field was funded through fundraising and small businesses and things. So I'm wondering if there's like for example, a fence where small businesses could purchase a section of it to advertising. Can we do things like that to also involve some of our local businesses? People at home can't hear you nodding.
Yes, all those things can be considered, absolutely, yeah. We do have a sponsorship policy, so that is something we could also share with you guys offline, and you see what we do have in place currently.
Great, thank you. I would like to also say that I completely support the expansion of the field. It does sound like that could have some far-reaching impacts that are also going to be extremely beneficial to the city. I support the additional lining for lacrosse. I think you can nod if the discussion that happened afterwards was answering your questions with that. I think it did. Okay, and then they could nod because they didn't have an option. And then the food trucks. I love the idea of the food trucks. I think for so many reasons, and in addition to bringing in some of our local food trucks to have the variety, the reliability, knowing who's going to be there when, and food sensitivities and allergies and likes and dislikes. I mean, I think that just opens up all kinds of wonderful party atmosphere that's going to add to just the family enjoyment of this whole thing. Do we have any other discussions or questions here?
No, but I'd like to make a motion if I can.
Please
Unless
do.
Did you have anything else?
No, I want to ask a clarifying
Oh, yeah.
question. When you make the motion, will we be adding because I want to make sure that those changes happen. Okay.
And before I make the motion, how does everyone else feel about the food truck? Nix the concession stand, add the food trucks.
I'm fine with it. At a lot of the locations, I think providing an alternative resource, whether it be a fruit truck or allowing parent groups to do their own fundraising, puts it back into our teams to fundraise versus someone we've hired to run a concession stand. So, and we can ensure that there's at least going to be something. So I think if it saves us money, I support it.
So before the motion, any other staff clarification needed before we move forward?
Oh, and then we're going to try to add more bleachers with the savings, if there's financial savings from the bleacher. Were you going to bring up the bleachers?
And the expansion.
Yeah, we'll have to take a look. I don't know if we'll have savings or not because of the expansion of the field size.
Okay.
that expands the amount of artificial turf, and, but we'll have to take a look at that. As far as the concessions go, yes, we can clarify that change. I would also like to just get clarity on the pickleball courts. So if we expand that field, it's going to be a challenge to get those courts. So I'd like to get some feedback on if you are including those pickleball courts, or I don't know if Derek can talk about whether we can still have those courts. And also, if we expand the parking or expand that field, will that impact the amount of parking? I'd like to just get that clarified.
I think we're all okay without having the pickleball. I mean, I think three of us nodded.
For this phase.
Because there's other space in the future, right? Like those multi-purpose courts.
Yeah, that's Mr. McGee, can the pickleball be on if we have the image up again, can the pickleball go to the modular multi-use field on the opposite side, closer to Fairview Avenue?
Yeah. Yeah, so you're talking the areas over here. Yeah, we can set that up over there. I think there's room for it. It's just going to be, we need to work on it. But increasing the field size, I don't think is going to increase your parking demand. You know, we were looking at the demand based on 5 fields going at once. So that includes the 2 in the basin, you know, and the 5 larger fields, not. So, you know, the parking will need to be aligned with your use out here. So if you have a big event, you know, probably not having things going on in some of the other fields needs to be looked at. But I think it's a trial and error thing for you. But there is a lot of parking we're providing. And again, we set that up with the 5 fields for tournament use was our target. So with the hard courts too, the ones that are on the right side, you know, we're planning those to be multi-use, you know, get as many things out there as possible. Basketball, volleyball, it can be pickleball, yeah.
And my question specifically was not to get rid of those, but
Yeah.
it can be put in in addition to.
Correct,
Okay.
yeah.
Thank you.
And again, those courts can be used for soccer, can be used for warm-up spaces too. They can have their own league for those spaces, provides more opportunity.
All right. I'd probably also ask to include, I mean, I'm really big on that, add in the seating. And so there's no bleachers over there. I think it would be good to have some type of bleachers, especially if we're talking about a basketball tournament or a volleyball tournament, which was a lot of the youth there that day said, you know, they have to go all the way to Concord for volleyball. So it'd be nice if we had somewhere for parents or family members or anyone, spectators, to sit in that corner. That being said, I think we're getting into the weeds. I think we have.
That's the next phase anyway.
Yep,
Yeah.
next phase, so.
So I'm going to I'll make a motion that as detailed in the staff report with a couple of modifications, field 1 going to 120 yards, nixing the concession stand in order to make room for food trucks, adding bleachers and reducing the green space, and then moving pickleball courts to the east side in the next phase.
I'm sorry, do we need to add something about the lining for the lacrosse?
And the lining, they're all going to have lining for everything, correct? Yes.
Okay.
Can I ask for one clarification?
Yes.
When you extend the field size, I think that also means the width as well. So we would have to also look at, I think, the width being a little bit wider, right?
We were at 75.
So if we're.
So is it 75 then? If you go to 120, I think the width also goes just a tiny little bit wider.
Yeah, you probably want to go 75.
75 by 120.
Okay. So 75 by 120.
Yards, yes.
And I'll second that. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Okay. Thank you. That was a very exciting discussion.
20 years in the making.
Yeah. Our next item is from Councilmember Mendoza and Councilmember Pearson, who will describe their request related to the pride flag and to develop a flag policy.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I'll let you go first, then I'll read it.
Okay, this has been something I've been talking about for a couple of years, and we were sitting in a meeting with our school board, Liberty Union, LMC, and there is a need. Our kids are We need to make sure everyone knows that Brentwood welcomes everyone. And there is huge opportunity right now with a disenfranchised population that is seeing a lot of hate. I mean, we just saw it on at Pioneer the other day with someone vandalizing a pride banner. So I think that flying a flag doesn't say, like when I choose to wear a rainbow, it doesn't say I'm this or that or the other. It says that I am who I am and I accept you for who you are. And I want that message to be received by everyone in Brentwood, whether they're kids or they're adults, that they know they're accepted. At the Pride event this week, there was a couple, and he came up and told us that it's difficult in Brentwood to be accepted. So if it's a flag that lets you know that our council accepts you for who you are, then I'm all for a pride flag in June.
And so I echo that sentiment. For me, it was such a big deal for us to have a pride flag. And I think I read something from a candidate for his PhD at the University of Toronto that resonated with me. So I wanted to read that. It said, flags as symbols facilitate socially and socialization between strangers, inviting community between people who may never actually meet. Additionally, they said, flags are a shared symbol and can interpolate people into a collective sense of community. And I think as a resident in Brentwood, as a parent in Brentwood, I think it is important that anyone who moves here, any and everyone feels like this is a community where they're welcomed into and where the city supports each and every aspect of their being. So I am a big proponent for diversity, equity, inclusivity, and belonging. And I think for all of our residents to feel like they belong, our children to feel like they belong, I think it is imperative that we have, when we fly a flag. I would additionally say that after hearing the gentleman earlier talk about all of our veterans, I think that it's imperative, and I know this is not our topic, but that it's partially that we create a flag policy, because I would love to see some type of flag additionally flown for in memorial during a Veterans Day for veterans. I'd like to, besides just our picture, which those are great, but I'd love to see us fly here at Veterans Park and other places, other flags that make everyone feel like they belong here in our city.
Thank you. And at this point, it does say staff report on here. Was that considered the staff report? Or do you have additional comments or?
I think it's all been said, that the pride flag would send a message to the community, but also that the policy would help guide any future requests for any additional commemorative type flags. And so we're looking for direction from that tonight.
Thank you. Any other questions? I don't have questions. I have a lot of comments, but I'll save that till later. Did you have any questions?
I don't have any questions, but I do have a couple comments that I would like to just throw in if you want to go first.
Well, if we have to go to public comment, then we can come back and do that.
Yep.
Thank you. So no other questions. We will now open public comment.
This is the time to comment on agenda item E2. If you're in person, please file a speaker card on the form provided at the counter at the back of the chambers. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand. Remarks are limited to 5 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. And no public comments were received on this item prior to the meeting. I do have 2 speaker cards in person. I'll start with Melissa Van Rooten, followed by Lisa Waldron.
Good evening, council members, staff, and city residents. My name is Melissa Van Rooten. I've been a Brentwood resident for just over 8 years. I am a spouse, I am a parent, I am a musician, I am an avid hiker, I am a Christian, I am a volunteer, I am queer. 2 of my children are also part of the LGBTQ+ community, as well as many of my very close friends. What you might not know is, according to a 2021 Gallup poll, 7.1% of Americans also identify as part of the LGBTQ+ community. That means in Brentwood, whose population is roughly 68,000 people, there are approximately 4,760 lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer residents. We are your neighbors. We are your coworkers, your police officers, your business owners, your firefighters, your teachers. Some of that number may even be your children. I came out to my parents when I was 16. I felt safe in doing so because they were adamant in teaching me that all people were created equal and that all people were deserving of love, grace, and caring, you know, like Jesus taught. I took these lessons with me to college, where I became heavily involved with my area's gay-straight alliance. It was a safe space for people like my friend Trevor, who was kicked out of his home for being queer, and my friend Robbie, who would often say that if he could take a pill to make himself not gay, he would do it in a second due to the abuse and bullying he had faced. And for my friend DJ, may he rest in peace, who killed himself after finding out he was HIV positive. It broke my heart, and it continues to break my heart, especially knowing that Gen Z, our current generation, has the highest percentage of people who identify as LGBTQ+ at nearly 21%. So let's talk about the gay agenda for a second, because I hear a lot about it. The gay agenda is that we want to be able to live as part of our community without facing repercussions for who we are and for who we love. We don't want to indoctrinate your children. We don't want to push what we do in our own bedrooms into your lives. It's not your business. But we don't want to be attacked for it. I'm tired of having to justify who I am. I'd like to think that the world has changed, become more accepting, or at the very least more tolerant. But then I see what was done to the Pride banner that was hung at Pioneer Elementary right here in Brentwood, done in the name of hate. Something that was meant to support children and families turned ugly, all because there are individuals who can't stand the fact that there are people who love differently than they do. As a society, we are supposed to want progress, growing and learning, dispelling fear. Instead, just a couple of weeks ago, we had an individual driving around downtown Brentwood wearing a Nazi armband. Is this really where we're headed? In closing, I'd like to address comments that I've seen and continue to see creep up every June or Pride Month. Why don't we have a straight Pride Month? Well, it's likely because your sexuality isn't criminalized in 72 countries and punishable by death in 8 of those. You've never had to fight for the right to marry the person you love, and you've never been legally fired or evicted due to your sexual preference or gender identity. When I hear people ask, why do you have to shove it in my face? What I'm really hearing is I liked it better when you were invisible and I could pretend you didn't exist. Well, we do exist. We always have and we always will. Every day, not just in June, not just in Pride Month. So I would like to thank Council Members Mendoza and Pearson for raising the Pride flag to the agenda, and would humbly ask for the remaining council members to show their support as well. It's time to show all Brentwood residents that they aren't just tolerated, but welcomed. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Lisa Waldron, followed by Mike Kleeman.
Sorry, my hands just got sweaty. My name is Lisa Waldron, and I'm a mother of 4 children, ranging from 10 to 20 years old. Each and every one of my kids has friends in the LGBTQ community. These kids spend time in our home, and I have love, empathy, and even some mama bear attributes toward their lives and experiences. They are part of our lives in the best of ways. I want to help protect them. I have LGBTQ family and close friends of my own as well. In this short month of June so far, I have seen so much hate toward this community. Social media forums are full of some of the most negative attitudes and horrific comments on other humans that I have read. I've seen pride flags cut or ripped, banners like the one at my son's school vandalized, and disgusting chalk art messages that bring nothing but heartbreak and sadness when viewing. I read a comment online that stated, quote, Please, God, just take all the gays now. Brentwood would be a better place without them. Close quote. It's embarrassing that this is in our town of Brentwood, and so disheartening when I see someone I know personally joining in. We are blessed to live in a country that glories in our freedoms. Not all countries have that privilege. For those not aware, there are countries around the globe who are trying to exterminate their LGBTQ community. This is not an exaggeration. Currently, Uganda has some of the harshest anti-LGBTQ laws in the world. Same-sex relations were already illegal there, but a new law enacted with the help of an Arizona-based nonprofit goes much further, including life imprisonment for anyone convicted of homosexuality, and in some cases mandates the death penalty for incidents like HIV being contracted. The United States Christian citizens helped these laws come into effect in Uganda. As a Christian myself, this is heartbreaking to me, and I fear we're slowly moving backwards socially in our society. My hope is that Brentwood can embrace this community because we have the freedom to do so. We should be able to celebrate all religions, cultures, and lifestyles without forcing views on one another. To celebrate is to acknowledge a significant or happy event with a social gathering or enjoyable activity. It is optional to celebrate. To force requires coercion or compulsion, especially with the use of threat or violence. When this enacts laws of basic rights or such harsh culture for a community to be fearful of their lives, it is not optional for those members of that community. A simple breadcrumb of raising a flag in Brentwood each June to represent this community is the least we can do to show their place in Brentwood and to share love. Brentwood has all types of families. Unfortunately, LGBTQ families are currently marginalized to feel unworthy, less than, even shunned. Raising a pride flag would send a message of love and inclusion. Pride is not here to indoctrinate children. Most kids have had their first crush by 2nd or 3rd grade, and they already know where they stand. Pride is here for familial support. A grandparent, a parent, aunt or uncle, cousin, daughter or son isn't a single representative outside of a family. The entire family is included in celebration or shame. Pride is to let those who identify as LGBTQ know that their lives matter as much as everyone's. Everyone deserves to feel accepted for who they are and always have been. I have this pin on that I wear often. Sorry. It's a rainbow shield with the phrase, "I'll walk with you," to represent solidarity with the LGBTQ community. And I would love to gift these pins to our city council and ask that they wear them at events as a small token of love and acceptance from our city leaders. Thank you for your time.
These are beautiful. Are we allowed to accept these? Because they're beautiful, but is that one of those, Damien, can you clarify?
Not knowing the value of them,
Do you have a value? If they're over 25, we have to declare it, right?
over 50.
Over 50. So are they, then I will happily accept.
I think
Thank
you're
you.
okay.
We'll pass these out later.
The next speaker is Mike Kleeman.
Okay, good evening again, Council. I'd like to also voice my support for raising the pride flag here and hopefully, and thank you, Councilpersons Pearson and Mendoza for bringing this up. And I would hope too that staff could do so expeditiously. There's only a few weeks left in Pride Month, and so that means we have to, if this passes, get a flag and erect it immediately. I see myself on the screen. I always look at myself on the screen. And also very excited that, my t-shirt is very apropos tonight. But thank you for moving the Sand Creek Soccer Park forward. Sand Creek Soccer Complex. The shirt that I'm wearing was made famous about 7-8 months ago by America's most renowned soccer journalist, Grant Wall, at the World Cup in Qatar. And Grant was a champion and an ally of the LGBT community, a hero to me. And when he wore this short shirt in Qatar, he was immediately detained. I can come and wear this shirt here semi-freely and wear it proud. And I would hope that we can put this to bed and raise the flag here this month and do so permanently every year. And thank you.
Thank you. I have another in-person speaker card. Greg?
Good evening, Honorable Vice Mayor and City Council. My name is Greg. I just want to let everybody know that I totally support the idea of raising that pride flag. And hopefully you all saw the press this week, where we also want to let everybody know that the paper and the people in Brentwood support pride and very proudly displayed it right on the front page of our newspaper. So let's get that flag up as quick as possible.
Thank you. I have 3 hands raised in Zoom. Carolina Villaseca. Carolina, go ahead.
Good evening, City Council. I have lived in 5 states and 2 countries, and my favorite place is here in California. My greatest joy of living in California has been the diversity of residents that live in Brentwood. My second year here, I actually met someone from Chile, which I don't know how many people you know from Chile, but we're like unicorns. It's amazing when we meet each other. I also met somebody from Bulgaria. And just to put it on the map for you, it is in Europe. It is where Chitty Chitty Bang Bang takes place, just so you guys have a point of reference. I, for some reason, knew that the capital was Sofia, and the grandfather who was walking their grandchild to school, to Pioneer, was so thrilled that somebody knew where Bulgaria was. And I was happy to be that person who knew that very odd bit of trivia. I've had friends in the LGBTQ community for many, many, many decades. We've had heartfelt conversations, and I understand the pain and the harassment, the physical assault that this community goes through from people who do not understand that you cannot catch gay. You cannot wake up one day and be like, ooh, today I'm gay. It doesn't work that way. And that if you sit next to somebody who is gay and you both play with a baby doll, your child isn't gay the next day. There's a lot of misinformation about the gay community out there. And I think one way to battle this ignorance is to raise that pride flag, to have those conversations, to discuss this with your children. And if you don't want to discuss it with your children, I assure you they will be discussing it with their classmates. It's a very small step, but it's a very necessary step, as our city does a proclamation for this, but we have no other outward sign of support for this community. So I am very much supporting Lisa Waldron. She's done amazing things with the Parents Club at Pioneer. And this was one of the things that is really sad, because this group of parents who are always protesting, for some reason they have it in for my school. And I'm very sad about that, because there's really great kids at that school. And the Parents Club and the parents supported that banner. And for somebody to come by and throw paint at it and vandalize it just shows you we have a lot of work to do in Brentwood. We need to send a strong, clear message that this is not the majority of people who live in Brentwood. The majority of people who live in Brentwood support diversity, equity, and inclusion. So flying the pride flag would be a wonderful first step in that direction. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Christian Ayer. Christian, go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for taking the time to stay a little bit longer for all of us and for bringing this up. My name is Christian Aguirre. I'm the Adult and Family Program Director of Rainbow Community Center. We are the only LGBTQIA plus nonprofit in Contra Costa. We offer services such as clinical programming, adult programming, HIV and STI prevention, services for seniors, youth, housing for youth, and also food pantry services for unhoused folks and people living with HIV. I am also the first drag queen to hold the Drag Queen Story Hour in the city of Brentwood, and a lot of the experiences that came after that were really concerning to me. Just hearing stories from youth, from children, from parents of how hate continues to happen within the school system, within the cities that we live in, has really pushed me to advocate for my own community because I've been through the same things many years ago and still continue to go through it. And you know, just seeing some of the backlash that was received for the first drag brunch with Azúcar Dulcería and Cielo Mar y Tierra on Sunday, um, it was also helpful for me as a wake-up call and as a community member to attend today and to attend on Sunday. And thank you to Mayor Susana Mayer and Council Member Jovita Mendoza for being present. I think showing that visibility for community members always makes people feel in a braver space to attend things, and especially in a city like Brentwood, having key people like Miguel Saldaña from Azúcar Dulcería that does such amazing events and community events that cover the whole family, not just LGBTQ. Things like Cinco de Mayo, Dia de los Muertos, and even doing toy drives for kids all around the city of Brentwood. It's just really touching for me to see that someone in the city of Brentwood and from the LGBTQI community as a small business still continues to offer these services for all communities, and also creating spaces for LGBTQIA plus community members has been very beneficial for the community, and including people that have served in this country. Sometimes, you know, I feel that LGBTQIA plus people that have served for this country do not get the light that they need to get. And I just want to ask you to bring more visibility to the LGBTQIA plus community by flying the LGBTQIA plus progressive flag through the month of June and hopefully longer. I think this is a first step to help reduce hate, stigma, and attacks to the queer community members, and also HIV. I know I heard HIV a few times, and just working in the HIV prevention field and attending some of the events that have been offered in Brentwood, there is a lot of stigma, and we continue to see cases within communities of color, Latinx, and Black folks, and especially youth. So I want to make sure that we take that into consideration, that a flag will bring more visibility to our community and also help reduce HIV. And lastly, I want to invite you to an event that we will be having in Hannah Nicole Winery on Friday at 6 p.m. A percentage of the proceeds will go towards Rainbow Community Center. And on Saturday, we will be having a Pride event for Contra Costa in Concord, and Miguel from Brentwood and Azúcar Dulcería will be receiving an award from Rainbow Community Center for all the hard work and partnerships that he has created over 7 or 8 years. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Cynthiana Todor. Cynthiana, go ahead.
Hi, good evening. Thank you again for opportunity to speak. I'll try to keep it as short as possible. I want to express my disappointment that the city was not ready to hang this flag day one, June 1st. They only had actually a whole year since last year to procure the flag, put a policy in place, and have it ready to observe and express support for everyone and create a very inclusive environment for all residents of Brentwood. And also, I would really quickly love to share a story. As you probably know, I grew up in during communist regime in Romania. There were during that time, people were disappearing. Several of them that I personally know, they were different. They had different sexual orientation. They just disappeared. They never came back. Secret Service took care of them. I also had friends who were still in the shadows, and we were protecting them, my family, my close group of friends, by keeping secret their identity, who they were, and including them in our family life. So I want you to consider not to be like the Secret Service and push everything under a rug, and really display that flag and be proud to display it in Brentwood throughout the month of June, every single year. So we send a message that everyone is equal in our city. Everyone is welcome here and respected. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no additional hands raised and no additional speaker cards.
Thank you, Margaret. We will close public comments and get into council discussion. And I'd like to take a minute and make a comment myself. First of all, I think there's a lot of people missing from this room. And given the amount of comments we're seeing online, and I have seen a lot of those really horrifying social media posts and had to stop looking at them because it was just so disheartening. But I think the people that are missing from this room are people that could potentially be afraid of what they might receive in response to their comments. And I think hopefully we have people listening that are hearing the positivity that's coming out of this presentation tonight, because I think when you get on council, you have a certain level of responsibility. And of course, I think all of us take that very seriously, to raise up voices and to raise up the people that need that lifting. And we've done some good work in this area, and I personally feel like it's a goal of mine to raise voices for people who either cannot speak up for themselves or are uncomfortable doing so. And so I couldn't possibly agree with this more and support this more. I had in my work, in my day job, I had a staff meeting in our Solano office last week, and I asked Solano Pride to come and present. Because our staff is very diverse and inclusive, but I wanted to hear more. I wanted to learn more, because I think not only can we always do better, we can always learn more and take every opportunity to learn. So I did get some stats that I looked up. So 45% of LGBTQ youth seriously considered attempting suicide in the past year. This is from the Trevor Project's 2022 National Survey on LGBTQ youth mental health. Fewer than 1 in 3 transgender and non-binary youth found their home to be gender affirming. LGBTQ youth who found their school to be LGBTQ affirming reported lower rates of attempting suicide. 60% of LGBTQ youth who wanted mental health care in the past year were not able to get it. LGBTQ youth who felt high social support from their family reported attempting suicide at less than half the rate of those who felt low or moderate social support. I have a lot of stats here that I was kind of trying to figure out what would be the best ones to share, but clearly I'm focusing on youth here. And I think we talk a lot on council about what we can do for our youth. And I think this is a critical piece of what we can do. And honestly, I'm a romance novel reader. I read a book last week from one of my favorite authors, and it was about a gay couple. Imagine that, it didn't turn me gay. I just don't, I don't understand that narrative. I don't understand it. It doesn't rub off. And if you haven't heard the Wanda Sykes quote that's going around, I'm going to misquote it, so I won't say it, but yes, look it up. Like I said, I can't possibly support this anymore. And I'm very grateful to the two of you for bringing this up. I would have absolutely done the same thing if I'd been a little bit more progressive in my thinking. But I do think, again, that it's our responsibility to make sure that people in Brentwood feel welcome to be in Brentwood, to feel like they are one of our community there, that they can be friendly with their neighbors and not have to hide. And I just don't understand how we can say any kind of love isn't as valid as any other kind of love. And I'm going to get off my soapbox and see if anyone else wants to speak. But yeah, I feel pretty passionately about this.
Well, mine's about the process. So let's finish. I mean, I think let's finish talking about. Then I'll come.
I just have to say
it. So I'm completely supportive of flying the pride flag. I applaud the fact that the two of you took the time to put this together, get it in front of us as soon as you could. Would have been nice to have been done before so that we could have had it on June 1st. I do believe there needs to be a very clear and very well thought out policy that goes along with what flags we're going to allow to fly. There are somebody brought up the armband with the Nazi. I would hate to see something like that even thought of, or the blue line flag, if somebody finds that offensive, or the red line flags. There has to be a policy in place that we can follow and be very clear as to what we represent. I think it's amazing to put this flag out in front of City Hall, and I know this is the wrong time to bring it up, but we need to move the flagpoles so people can see them outside of those trees, so they know what we believe in and they know what we stand for. So that's all. I thank you both for taking the time and putting this together.
Yeah, I agree with you on the process. I think that it's a big responsibility to fly a flag. I mean, and I know Aldo Grande, Aldo Grande and I go way back, but we have our military flags up here every single day for a reason. And that's because we honor them. And I'm sorry that we don't, I mean, I guess we just don't do proclamations for holidays, but we can talk about that like another agenda item. But we do think highly of our military, and I hope no one thinks that we don't, because they're up here all the time. I think that when it comes to flying flags, I think it has to be an open discussion each and every single time. I don't think there is a blanket policy that's going to be able to cover all circumstances, because you're going to get something that you're like, unintended consequences, right? So I think our policy is, if someone wants to fly a flag, they can bring it up to one of us, and then we can bring it up as a future agenda item every single time. And then we welcome the public, and then all four of us, just, five because Joel's not here, we'll discuss it. I think that just having like, this is the criteria when you fly a flag, I think that that's going to be a little dangerous.
I believe it was Pittsburgh, maybe a year ago, the city of Pittsburgh brought it up, and they came up with a policy that each flag had to come before council. And that's what I'm talking about, is that it's not just a decision somebody arbitrarily makes in a written policy. It's decided upon by everybody in a hearing.
Yeah, I'd support that. And I would actually, I think it should come before council, but I'd like to hear staff give us some type of report back on some sample policies, because I think there are some baseline things that we could possibly include, like discriminatory speech or anti-hate, like certain things like a Nazi flag. We just absolutely wouldn't. I don't think any council would ever. Yeah, any council. So I think those are some baseline surface levels things that we can have, but I think it should be open-ended to where we're flexible to make decisions as a council. So I'd support some type of policy for that. And so I think for me, I know we need to be really specific in when we give direction to staff. I think my directive for staff would be, and this is not my motion, but just so we can start to develop what the motion is that one, I would say, because, and this is in fairness to staff, can't really do much in the beginning of June because there was no directive to do anything at the beginning of June as far as flying the flag. But now that we know that we're going to have a policy in place, right? And we are requesting that every June, I would also add to compensate, to make sure we are making a very loud noise, that we fly this flag from as soon as possible up until July 15th to compensate for the missed time in June that we haven't had. And then from then on out, we fly the flag for the entire month of June. That way we can send a loud noise that, I mean, we celebrate Pride every day. We honor everyone, but just to make a noise that we want our full 30 days of Pride.
Well, and the great thing about that is that I think it's along the parade route, right? So everyone will see
4th of
that
July.
flag
Oh,
on 4th of
nice.
July.
Think about that.
Yeah.
Like that.
I like it too.
And, okay, so then where are we going to fly it, right? So right now we have 2 poles?
On both.
Sorry. We have 2 poles or, yeah, right?
We have lots
3?
of polls. We're talking about City Hall. We have 3 polls.
Oh, 3?
U.S., state, and Brentwood city flag. And then in front of the community center, I believe there are also 3 poles with the same 3 flags, which is much more visible. Where are we pointing?
I think in front of the community center, it's 2 poles with the.
California and, yeah.
Correct.
My point holds. It's much more visible than the one that's at City Park because the trees have overgrown since we planted those poles. Those poles, eventually we'll need to look at a plan to move those, and we can figure that out operationally. And then another discussion item is we have other city facilities, we have other city parks that also have flag poles. I mentioned some of that in the staff report. And whatever policy to kind of implications you can give us, we can start working on a policy and look at other cities and what they have. You know, it's going to run the gamut, but that can give us some direction when we bring things back to you for consideration. And also the obstacles you need to watch out for with First Amendment rights and all those other kinds of things.
So for this flag, so it sounds like the Brentwood flag's only in certain spots. And flag law, I don't know what the flag law is. Could we, and I see a lot of cities doing this, they fly it underneath other flags. Could we fly it underneath the California flag? Like, you know, they stack them. Could we do California and then the Pride flag? How does everyone feel about that?
Yeah, if stacking can occur, we'll try that.
I think I read you can't do it with the US flag.
That's
under
probably true.
Flag code.
And if we can't, based on our flagpole and strings, whatever's there, we can take down the city flag, probably as the lowest priority of the 3.
Can we put it in both areas for this year to start? And then
So 2 flags.
what do you guys think?
I don't want to appear to be the council that the gentleman said is just trying to show up woke. So I want to put it as many places that we can put it in.
So how many California flags do we have flying around the city?
I'm going to jump in for the sort of the discussion on locations. Your locations in your staff report are limited to City Hall for this discussion. I think that would include the community center, but when we start to move beyond the boundaries of sort of the civic center complex, we're starting to move off the agenda.
Okay.
So we could potentially make that change next year if we wanted to, but
of
for
course,
this year.
of
It'll
course,
be in the
but for-
policy. The policy
the
was
policy.
The
placed
policy
to
would talk
detail
about
all that.
where flags could be flown.
Well, if we're at City Hall, can we have in chambers? Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Mendoza, Orlemans.
It's in the vicinity.
Can we have a flag behind us since this is City Hall? Including to the other post outside.
The 2.
And I'm reading your agenda, and the word outside is.
Is it on there?
Yeah, it's in
Okay,
there.
thank you.
I'm sorry.
So just the 2 outside. Yeah.
So do we have a motion?
And there are multiple pride flags. Is there a preference so we get the right one you're thinking? One of your callers, Christian, mentioned progressive.
When LMC, I can't remember her name, a lady who runs LMC just got promoted.
Oh, right.
They did a lot of research, and she said the pride flag is the appropriate one to fly because there's the pride one, and then there's the one with the diversity. So yeah, I think. Oh,
We have visuals.
you can hand to Margaret. Can we see that or no? Sorry. I didn't mean to. I can't talk to you. Can't talk to you, Melissa, sorry. I told her. Tim, can you hand that down real quick? Yeah, okay, so maybe this is what she meant then. So I'm,
Yes.
are you guys okay with that one? Yep. Okay, that's good. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg.
I'm not gonna talk to him. I'm not gonna talk to him.
Yes, if we were ready to make a motion. Oh, I'm sorry, any last minute clarification from anyone on staff?
You'll just include in your motion, how many flags? And it sounds like 2,
I
City
got
Hall
it,
and
I
Community
got it,
Center, it's
City
all in the same
Manager.
area. And then come back with a policy that details as much as we can find from other examples from other cities, and then give you some options to consider in developing a formal flag policy for future requests.
Thank you. So I'd like to make a motion and move that the request to, one, fly a pride flag outside of City Hall on the existing flag posts, the 2 existing flag posts, one in front of City Hall and one in front of the community center, that the flag be flown as immediate as possible in the month of June up until mid-July, I would say July 15th. And then from there on out, for the entire month of June, for every year there on out. I would also request that we get council's direction to craft and develop protocols and procedures for future flag requests that would include, as discussed here, leaving it pretty open for council to make decisions with the exclusion of language that prevents prevents hate. Discriminatory, yeah, right, and hate speech. Any more direction, or is that?
I think the motion is fairly clear. I haven't done any research or asked anyone to do research on this because I wanted to hear what the direction of the council was. I don't know what that research is going to show by way of what a policy might require or allow. And so I don't want the council to have expectations. This is what it's going to be, because some of those suggestions could have been held unconstitutional or caused tremendous problems for city's litigation. So just there could be something coming back that's not meeting exactly what you're asking for, but for good reason.
May I also clarify, in addition to just research, because research is one thing, but actually provide us with some proposed language?
Of course, that would.
Thank you.
I will second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. And we will move into item D2. Since we move things around a little bit, we're going backwards. Our item relates to the city's landscape and lighting assessment districts and the park maintenance district, and Aaron Wanden will present.
Yes, good evening, Vice Mayor and City Council members. Excuse me, geez. In accordance with the Landscape and Lighting Act of 1972 and Proposition 218, this item is the third and final step in the annual approval process to authorize the levying of assessments based on the benefit conferred to the property within the city's landscape and lighting assessment districts. Landscape and Lighting Assessment District 19-3, Landscape and Lighting Assessment District number 21-1, and the Citywide Park Maintenance District for fiscal year 23-24. The Landscape and Lighting Assessment Districts consist of 64 individual districts, and it is estimated they will provide approximately $10.2 million in revenue for fiscal year 23-24. The proposed rates for each of the individual districts are not proposed to be levied above the maximum assessment rates established when those districts were formed. Landscape and Lighting Assessment District number 19-3 is currently comprised of 12 non-residential and multifamily developments and has multiple zones of benefit. The zones of benefit were created to address how each development benefits from differing improvements and associated maintenance. The district will provide an estimated $143,058 in revenue for fiscal year 23-24. The proposed rates for each zone of benefit are not proposed to be levied above the maximum assessment rates established when this district was formed. Landscape and Lighting Assessment District number 21-1 is comprised of a construction component and a maintenance component. This is the Deer Ridge subdivision project. The construction component provides funding for the construction of the new landscape improvements and will be assessed to properties with Landscape and Lighting Assessment District number 21-1 over a period of 10 years in equal annual installments with no interest. The construction component was first levied in fiscal year 22-23 and will continue to be levied through fiscal year 31-32. The maintenance components provides funding for the ongoing operation, maintenance, servicing, and replacement of the new landscape improvements, which commenced in fiscal year 22-23 and is assessed annually based on the maintenance budget each subsequent year. This district will provide an estimated $98,336 in revenue for fiscal year 23-24. And finally, for the citywide park maintenance district number 98-1, the district is proposed to be levied at the approved maximum rate. The estimated total revenue generated by this district is $3.67 million for fiscal year 23-24. Our city's consultant, Brian Brown with Franciscan Associates, is here, as well as myself, to answer any questions council may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. If anyone has any clarifying questions at this point?
I do. I have a couple questions. And I'm sorry, this is not like my area of expertise in any way, shape, or form, but when it says like maximum 2%, but some of these are over 2%, like but I know there's a maximum amount you can charge, but then I thought the maximum we could increase was 2% a year. But that doesn't seem right.
No, and this is probably a perfect question for Brian to come up and answer.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening. Oh, it's loud. Good evening. So each district has a maximum assessment rate. There is an annual, we'll call it inflator or escalator tied to each district. Now there's typically going to be one of two increases that you'll see for each of these. It'll either be a 2% cap or it'll be CPI, which was approximately 4.6% this past year. With that said, each district can increase the rate levied last year up to the maximum for the upcoming fiscal year. So if you levied $1 and 10 was your max, you could go all the way up to 10. Now, that typically doesn't happen, right? But your cap each year is the maximum assessment rate. And the maximum assessment rate just inflates by either 2% or CPI, depending on the district.
Okay. I have some district-specific questions.
Okay.
So we just talked about the enterprises and my concern with our senior population and fixed income. And when I look at 94-1 East, Somerset East, it goes from 331 to 348, so $15 a year. And I know it doesn't sound like a lot to us, but I just increased their utilities by a ton, and this is another $15.
So, sorry.
94-1 Somerset East. It goes from $333.41 to $348.85. And I know that's CPI, but like, so what drove, so you must have seen a reason to increase it. What drove that increase in Somerset that isn't covered by their HOA?
So, I mean, I think each year when we're preparing the budgets, we prepare them in coordination with a city staff. Now, the projections that came out, for water, garbage, things like that, the increases for the coming year, those all get built into these budgets. So there's factors like that. We look at the beginning fund balances, any capital needs that may be occurring in the districts. We take a look at any increases in contracts, if there's third-party contractors that are providing landscape services and things of that nature. We go through, incorporate those increases. We look at any new acceptances that may come online. But as for the 94-1 Somerset East.
It's
and that
CPI is what you
increase-
said, 4.6 for CPI.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. It appears to be, yes.
So, but some of them are 2. So what drives a CPI versus a 2%? Like what would be that? Like for this one, I'm going to use CPI, and for this one, I'm going to use the 2%.
It's in the formation documents.
It's what?
It's in the formation documents. So when the property owners initially, basically formed these districts, there was an escalator that can't change without going back out to the property owners. So some of these older districts are going to be capped at 2%. Some of the other, like the 94-1 Somerset East, has a different escalator.
So, but I guess my question is, we can tie back that $15.44 increase directly back to some activity that increased in what we as a city are spending. Can we tie that back to exactly what went up for that area?
To one specific item, I would say it's a multitude of items, right? Like, so it could be factoring in the increase in water.
But we have that bucket. Like, so if I'm a resident, I go, what is this 1544? What's it for? You guys can tell me what it's for.
Yeah, we take those property owner calls, we walk them through what the changes are and, answer any questions they may have, yes.
Okay, and then, so that's what I was wondering, like the CPI versus the 2%. There was a couple that had pretty big increases that are stable neighborhoods. They're off of San Jose, and I believe they both might be gated. Pheasant Run and Diablo Estates. Pheasant Run increased from 97.01 to 178.02, which is an 83% increase. And Diablo Estates increased from 98.66 to 170.46, which is a 72.8% increase. So $81 and $71 respectively. So that's a big increase that they're gated. What are we doing differently there now that we weren't doing before?
So periodically, what's customary with assessment districts, right? We can only levy based upon benefits, since they're not taxes, right? It's based upon the improvements and how the benefit is conferred to property. So a few years ago, there was an analysis done on citywide improvements, right? So whether it be parks, or trail landscaping, or trail lighting, things of that nature. And basically, those costs are apportioned across all parcels in the city. And parcels within the LADs contribute their portion to that. So with some of the districts, there were needs to increase their assessment. Now, it cannot go above the max, right? That max is set. We can't go above that. But to pay for that, we worked very closely with the city to escalate or smooth in those increases for them. And that's what you're seeing here, is them contributing towards citywide improvements, just like every other parcel in the city.
So do these residents know this is coming? Like, do we send them any kind of notice? And for these two areas, how many years is this going to happen? Because it's an $81 and $71 increase. Are they going to get this for how many years? Because you're saying you want them to catch up and it's done over time.
So I believe, I'd have to go back and look, but I believe it's either going to be ramped in this year, it'll be finished this year, or there may be one more year of an additional increase. I don't believe there would be another increase at this level if they were being impacted in these two districts.
Okay.
And then as for, was there another question in there? I'm sorry.
I think that it's just it's big increases, and I'm just like, how do we notice? I don't know who I asked the question to. Do we notice these residents that this is coming like we do, like the enterprise changes?
No, they're not mailed a notice per se in the same way like for the enterprises. With that said, there are numerous board meetings that happen every year. The engineer's reports are, public documents, there's public hearings. With that said, our numbers on the phone bill, we do get questions and we walk them through those changes. But no, there's not a specific letter or notice, like a postcard that gets mailed to all of them informing them of this change.
Okay, I guess that was just my concern. Is some of these are over $130 on Lone Tree, $105 on Sand Creek and Brentwood Boulevard. I know it's not to discuss now, but some of those increases are a lot, and I hope that they're getting the benefit in their area for the increase there, that we can tick and tie everything. You're paying $100 more because you're getting $100 more in benefit.
Well, I think what it boils down to is everybody's paying the same for these citywide improvements, every home. Like the same rate per EDU if you look at the report, right? And theirs was getting smoothed in because of where their rate was. So that they'll be paying the same amount as everybody else.
But the maximum is different.
Well, the maximum is different, but they.
For the
we can-
citywide, right?
Only for the citywide
Just for the
improvements,
city
right?
contribution, not their specific benefit.
Correct.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking about, the part of the calc that makes them different, that makes me maybe pay more than Damien, right? Or vice versa, whatever the
Okay.
case. There's a part of it that differs depending on when you bought your house. And I just hope that everything ticks and ties directly to what I get, the benefit I'm getting, my money's accounted for that, and his might be different, so what he pays for his.
Absolutely.
Because they're all really different.
Yeah, absolutely. That's why,
Yeah.
I mean, each of these developments, right, is very different based upon the local landscape and amenities, right, that are within these developments, right? So that's how some of these max rates were established. All those things are taken into consideration. That's why they all differ.
And thank you for I'm still learning. I know it's 2 years in, but I still feel like I'm learning every single time we go through this, so thank you.
Of course, no, I think they're great questions.
If I could just throw in one other perspective too, when you think about the rates for you just set for utilities, they were put on notice what the maximum could be just with that notice they just got. These very residents, as they purchased the homes from the developers, were also notified what the maximum rate could be. So they were notified at the time, and it's for how many years since 1994? It's been well below that, and it's just now starting to climb back up. So it shouldn't be a shock to the system when we're expecting it to be much higher when they originally bought their homes.
Councilmember Pearson?
Yeah, maybe this is discussion. I think we've heard other discussions at other times that when people buy their home, they don't know. So this was a point of contention for me in March at the hearing, at our meeting about the notice. And I thought that we should notice the same way. Because the notice that is received, it's not mailed with the big red paper. The notice is just, is it agenda notice or?
They'll see it in their property tax bills. That's where they'll see it coming every year as well. But they got the original notice when they bought the home.
No, I'm talking about the notice of the change, right? Of this.
Of the change,
Of-
it'll be through their property tax bill.
Yeah.
No, that's correct.
Unless you've seen the other best practices of other cities and if they've done certain notification processes differently.
I'm aware of one other agency in the state that sends a notice if there is an increase. This is standard practice, this is customary about, I'd say 95% of every city, even counties throughout the state, have these landscape and lighting assessment districts go through the same practice, and none of them, the vast majority, like I'm saying, I'm aware of one other agency that does it. That sends this notice that we're talking about. Everyone else handles it in this manner. It goes through the property tax bill, and that's how they're informed of it.
I probably shouldn't say this on the record, but politically, you want the residents to give him a call and complain about it, and then he can tell them why it's this way and then help them understand it. Then you getting those calls if we send them the notices. We do want them to understand, have this be transparent, but again, it's not more than they were ever initially told. So hopefully that helps.
Do I recall seeing something about the residents having an option to protest this one, or is that's not an option here?
Follows a different state law than the 218 process.
Okay.
That the utilities were following, where it was very specific notice, a very specific protest process. This follows a different state law.
It's a little different than how it works, but there is a protest proceeding, but it doesn't work the same way as it does for the water.
That's a better clarification. So when the developer brings his project to you and it's one owner and he's the one vote, then he subdivides it into 300 homes, they all then get that notice once they purchase the home that this is what it's going to cost.
But with this public hearing, right, there would be an opportunity for any interested individual, right, property owner to come forth and, voice any, concerns or validate all the great work that's happening in the city, ask questions about the charges and things of that nature. But that's really what the public hearing forum is for.
Okay, thank you.
Just one last question. And the max is the max, like we'll never pay more than that? Or do you pay the 2% or CPI? Once I get to my max, is there a possibility of it going up?
By CPI or 2%, right, that escalator each year.
So how do you decide? Like if I'm at my max, like let's say 600 is my max and I'm at my max, who chooses 2% or CPI? Because CPI could be 7%.
So that's all based on within each district, when the property owners were balloted, there was a specific formula, if you will. It says, hey, it's either CPI capped at 2%, right? That's for this district, and they vote on that. So I can't change that. I can never go above 2%.
Okay.
Okay? Over here, if it just says CPI, that means the max can increase by CPI each year.
And they can call you if they want to know, am I CPI or am I 2%?
Of course, yes.
Awesome. Thank you.
If there are no other questions, we can now open the public hearing.
This is the time to comment on agenda item D2. If you're in person, please file a speaker card with the form provided on the counter at the back of the chambers. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand. Remarks are limited to 5 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. We received no public comments on this item prior to the meeting, and I have no hands raised and no speaker cards.
Thank you, Margaret. As there are no speakers, I need a motion to close the public hearing.
Motion to close public hearing.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? No. Any discussion at this time, council? Okay. Any staff need any clarification on our discussion before we consider a motion? Anything you want to point out?
I just want to correct that I said it didn't follow the 218 process. It does. It just works different than what you're seeing how the utilities one work, because you can only set it for a maximum of 5 years, whereas this was a maximum rate. And as long as you can make that work, you don't need to repeat that process. That's what I meant to say.
Thank you. If there's no other questions or comments, we can now take a motion.
As detailed in the staff report, I move to adopt the resolution approving the engineer's report for the specific landscape and lighting districts, as well as the park maintenance district, and taking those related actions necessary to implement and collect the assessments for fiscal year 2023-24.
I'll second. Oh, sorry. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And opposed? No. Great. Our next item is the CIP budget, and Sonia Agostini will present.
Good evening. I think it's still evening. Good evening, Honorable Vice Mayor and members of the City Council. We are here tonight for the Council's consideration of final adoption of the 2023-24 to 2027-28 Capital Improvement Program. The Capital Improvement Program, or CIP, presented tonight sets forth the city's 5-year infrastructure and capital planning needs and consists of city projects that cover roadways, parks and trails, water, wastewater, and community facilities improvements. Additionally, the CIP provides information on future improvement projects as well as upcoming development improvement projects. The preparation of the CIP has been a combined effort between staff from departments throughout the city that began many months ago, culminating into the document that's being presented tonight. As you are aware, the development and production of the annual 5-year CIP is an important step in the city's budgeting process. The CIP is prepared to reflect the priorities that are set by the City Council, and it includes capital projects that are contained in the City Council's 2-year strategic plan. The next 2-year strategic plan process covering fiscal years 2024-25 and 25-26 will begin in late fall of this year. On May 9th, the City Council held the public workshop for this proposed CIP. Now, that workshop provided the council the opportunity to ask questions, review various projects with the staff members, give their feedback regarding the document, as well as provide guidance that can be utilized in future preparation of CIP documents. The guidance and direction that was provided by the council at the workshop has been incorporated into this final draft of the CIP. Since the May workshop, there have been only a few changes made to the CIP document, which have been outlined in tonight's staff report. One of the changes I would like to mention, made in accordance with direction provided by the City Council at the workshop, is the increase of the Sand Creek Sports Complex budget to $19.2 million. Additionally, as mentioned earlier in tonight's council meeting, due to the recent federal debt ceiling uncertainty regarding the American Rescue Plan Act funds, these funds are no longer a funding source for that project, but have been replaced by the general fund. a request for council to approve an amendment to the current year's CIP, the 22-23 to 26-27 CIP, and the 22-23 operating budget has been included in tonight's action to allow for this funding source change to occur in the current fiscal year. One additional point to keep in mind regarding the CIP is that except for multi-year designated projects, council is approving budgets for projects in the upcoming fiscal year only, so that would be fiscal year 2023-24. The remaining 4 years of the program are for planning purposes, and staff will return each year to the City Council with an updated budget for their approval. And as always, any contracts or agreements that are over $50,000 per any fiscal year will also be brought forward to the City Council for their approval before any contract can move forward. If the City Council adopts the CIP this evening, it will complete another milestone in the city's budgeting process. This will be followed by the Council's consideration to adopt the midterm operating budget adjustments later on this month. On behalf of the Finance and Information Systems Department, I would like to thank the City Council for providing the policy direction and their priorities, the strategic initiatives that guide staff throughout the preparation of this document. And at this time, staff is available to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Sonia. If anyone has clarifying questions of staff, please let me know. It doesn't appear that anyone does. We can now open the public hearing.
This is the time to comment on agenda item D3. If you're in person, please file a speaker card. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand. Remarks are limited to 5 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. And we received no public comments on this item prior to the meeting. I have no speaker cards, and I see no hands raised in Zoom.
Thank you, Margaret. As there are no speakers, I need a motion to close the public hearing.
Make the motion to close public hearing.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. No opposed? Any council discussion on this item?
I just want to say thanks to you all, because I know we're tough, and I appreciate all the detailed work that goes into it. I know what goes into it, so thank you.
Any other discussion? Okay. Staff, any clarification before anyone makes a motion?
Just briefly, and for the record, at the last Planning Commission, the Planning Commission found the CIP to be in conformance with the general plan.
Thank you, Damien. We will now take a motion.
As detailed in the staff report, I move to adopt the resolution adopting the 2023-24 through 2027-28 capital improvement program and taking related actions, but we didn't have it.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And opposed? No. And we are now at item D4, which is an update to the cost allocation plan for parks and recreation fees. Tian Nguyen will present.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Good evening, Vice Mayor, City Council, Tian Nguyen, Recreation Manager. Tonight, staff's requesting Council adopt a resolution to amend the city's 2022-2023 cost allocation plan and schedule of city fees, specifically park and recreation fees. Some background is annually city fees are adjusted by Consumer Price Index, CPI, with the most recent CPI to apply for the upcoming year being 3.56%. Staff's requesting park and recreation fees be exempt from this adjustment, as city staff have reviewed, revised, and aligned the current fees for programming with city cost recovery goals from city's budget and fiscal policies. Important to note, as mentioned in the staff report, many of the program fees included in the exemption request have not been updated for a number of years during the COVID pandemic. The city's subsidies for these programs have changed during these times from 1.2 million to 1.7 million over the last 4 years. The updates to program fees included in this report is recommended to close the gap for the amount of money that the city is using to subsidize programs and meet cost recovery goals. Not all fees included this requested exemption will bring program fees to meet all cost recovery. In last year's exemption, June 2022 staff report, staff recommended incremental increases to programs that are currently not at cost recovery. We called those out in the staff report. Those were especially in the youth and senior division programs. We're recommending those be phased in over a number of years with adjusting recreational program fees where feasible. Other fees mentioned in the staff report include updated increases to many of the department program offerings, classes changing in names or dates, and then updates to non-residential fees on cost recovery goals, and recommendations to apply CPI to facility rental fees, which, as mentioned before, has not been adjusted for a number of years. The full list of updated fees is attached in the attached staff report. This concludes my report, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you, Tian. Do we have any council questions?
Sorry, one question. I'm so sorry. So we just went through LLADs and they used 4.6% CPI, but you're using 3.56. Why are we using different CPIs?
That's a really good question, council member.
Different indexes, different timing,
But CPI is CPI for,
different.
okay, can
different
someone, not
times.
right now, but can someone send me like the source for each one? That would be fantastic. Because I've only seen one governmental issued CPI each year, so.
I have, thank you for the report. And I want to just give a quick shout out to our Parks and Rec staff that we charge way less than we should for our facilities. And I said this to our city manager. I'll say this too. I'd like to give you all your flowers while you're in the room. That your staff, from the time of inception, when anyone calls, and I'll say this, I'm speaking from residency, right? It's the quality of service is impeccable, amazing. Yep, to all of you guys. And then there are other people who work with you. I hope that you can echo this, that I am so proud to be a resident to call Parks and Rec because it's impeccable, what the quality of service. The only thing that came up for me that made me a little bit uncomfortable, and it's not to stop or change anything, was that we had a discussion at a previous meeting about our programming for differently abled people. And that was for, and our senior community, right? And so I wanted to know, when we looked at the rate increase, did we take into consideration the quality of services provided? And if we need to, and this is not to say we need to charge less because we're not providing services to those communities, but do we need to charge more so that we can bring certain types of services in our programming to be able to provide the services that will make us meet or get to the standard that the audit talked about?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Pearson. I think the short answer is maybe. A little bit more about that. So when we looked at the programs that we had, we do strive to make them inclusive. Kind of what we talked about in that adaptive recreation report, where we try to provide different modifications, different equipment, so that all are welcomed to our programs and our offerings. I think when we talked about that specific adaptive recreation report, and we talked about including a recreation therapy specialist, that's where we talked about not having the expertise and shifting the actual activities and things that are being done for individuals for access and inclusion, and things that our staff, we're not currently experts on and we're not able to do. I think back to the original question of, if we increase certain fees, would that be possible? I think that's always possible, right? But I think where I think that maybe comes into play is that we have inclusive programming existing, but we don't have a therapeutic recreation specialist to tell us that these are the modifications, these are the individual plans that need to be put in place to make them fully adaptive therapeutic recreation plans all the modifications that come into play that comes to individualizations with our programs. So that's why I kind of lead off with that maybe a little bit, Councilmember Pearson, where, we do account for the equipment, we do account for the staffing that we need to make sure that we have the proper staffing for our programs, what that cost is, and then what the cost recovery comes to be for that program. But I right now, I can't tell you if we increased it by X amount of dollars, how that's going to impact the change in the program to be fully inclusive, adaptive, and all those other pieces that come with that conversation. I don't know if I answered that question to kind of what you were getting at, but I want to be transparent. It just depends on if we have that specialist to be able to better assess what we're providing to our community.
Thank you. You gave a very lawyerly response. It depends is one of our favorite words. I know Damien knows that as well.
I had some questions around the adaptive programming part of it too, because a lot of what we went over a lot of what we discussed when the study was presented were things like training and equipment, and those kinds of things could be more easily adapted into this, I would imagine. So, but we're not seeing them, at least that I can see here.
If I understand the question, Vice Mayor, are you asking the cost that we would be incurring to add more equipment, more training to staff, you're not seeing them here? Or is the question, if we add new programs, working with different contractors or offering new programs, you're not seeing them in this?
Yeah, I'm not as much talking about the new programming because I realize that's a little bit more of a budget ask, and we're working towards those things. But there were some of the lower hanging fruit, as we've discussed, that could be more easily implemented into our current programming to make that programming more adaptive. So that's kind of where I was going to see like if that could be incorporated into this. And then the other part of my question was for the youth and senior programs that are being discontinued, is that for lack of participation or for cost recovery problems, or can you get into that a little bit more?
Sure. Kind of broad strokes, just because there's a range of programs in there. A lot of the programs that you're seeing that are discontinued are going to be because of lack of participation. We didn't actually lose a lot of programming. What we did is we did see some shifts. The kind of big one that stands out in my mind is we didn't necessarily lose tennis lessons, but we kind of just reshaped them for the age restrictions that they were originally planned for. So we didn't really lose, if that's the word I think I'm going to go with right now. We didn't lose a lot of programs. They're just shifting. We do have programs that just didn't have adequate signups and interest, and that's pretty common as you go through program cycles. So that's kind of how those programs come to be. I think the other part of that question was I guess some of the lower hanging fruits that we talked about in our adaptive report. I think for those, I think the conversation we had was we were looking to absorb those with our current operating budgets. So when we talked about weighted belts for some of our water exercise classes, if we talked about, I don't remember, just putting on closed captioning at our movies at the park, those are things that we can incorporate, and they don't necessarily add or increase the fee of the program because we're already trying to absorb them with what we have. And again, that lower hanging fruit term of not really asking for money to kind of make these things happen, we're trying to implement them as we go. Those are two things that I know that we do have, those weighted belts. We have captions on during the movies that, again, didn't change the program and it didn't change the cost. So you're not necessarily seeing that here in this item.
Fantastic, thank you. I assume that there are other items that are being brought forward to be implemented into the programming to make it more adaptive, that potentially we could get a staff report on that. And I will stop talking about that question right now. Thank you, Damien. My final question is, there's been discussion in the past about scholarships for Parks and Rec programming for kids or lower income families in general, or seniors for that matter. Where are we with that?
Yes, Vice Mayor, I believe we have a current youth scholarship program that we have. It's available online. We also have applications in our facilities. What it is for those families who qualify, there's a little bit of a chart on the application. They're eligible for, I think, up to $125 of assistance to be able to sign up for the programs. Currently, as I understand it, it is a youth scholarship program. I don't believe we have it for adults right now, but it is something that is active. And I know we've had a good amount of applicants the last couple of years. If I'm not mistaken, we've actually seen increases in applications over the last couple of years.
Thank you. Is that, how is that communicated to families?
Sure, good question. We, Vice Mayor, we have that available in our activities guide that come out quarterly, I believe, and I'm checking staff just to double check. We also have it available online. As I mentioned, we have them in print available as well at any of our city facilities.
Is that something that could be communicated to schools? It's like in a school newsletter kind of thing?
Yes, I believe so. I do think there's a good amount of other outreach that we do. I do apologize, I don't know off the top of my head, but I do know we do a lot of outreach for that program.
Great, thank you. Any other questions? Okay. I guess we could now, oh, sorry. Carrie has a question.
Well, no, not a question, but just a follow up to Councilmember Mendoza's question on the CPI. The LLADs that they use December to December. So it's the Urban Wage Earners and Clerical Workers series for the San Francisco Bay Area. And we measured December to December on the LLADs. And I imagine that's because the noticing that has to go out early in spring. Here for parks, we're using April to April. So it's a little more current. So over time, they would equal, but in individual years, you're not measuring exactly the same time period. So that's why there's a difference. But if you look over time, they will be the same, you know, if you, yeah, like, so I looked at last year's just for example, and the LLAD was 1% lower than the parks one. So when over time, but individual years will be different just because you're looking at different month to month comparisons. Yeah.
And if there are no other questions, we can now open the public hearing. Sorry, thank you, Tian.
This is the time to comment on this item. If you're in person, please file a speaker card. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand. Remarks are limited to 5 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. And no public comments were received on this item prior to the meeting. I have no speaker cards, and there's no hands raised.
Thank you, Margaret. And as we have no speakers, I need a motion to close the public hearing.
Make the motion to close public hearing.
I'll second that.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And any council discussion on this item?
No.
Seeing none. Staff, any clarifications before we make a motion? Then would someone like to make a motion?
As detailed in staff report, I move to adopt the resolution amending the City of Brentwood 2022-23 cost allocation. Wait, that's not it, is it? Yeah, cost allocation plan and taking related actions. Oh, I didn't say Park and Rec.
I'll second that. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And opposed? No. Okay. I need to find myself again since we skipped around. We are now at requests for future agenda items. Councilmember Pearson?
Yes, I have quite a few. Please don't hate me, staff. First, future agenda item requests. I really took to heart what the gentleman came and stated tonight, and so I'd like to add, I know we had our proclamations, so my specific request would be to provide a proclamation for the month of March. March 29th, I think he stated, as Vietnam Veterans Day. That the third Saturday of January be proclaimed Armed Forces Day. And do we already have a proclamation for Veterans Day in November? I couldn't find it anywhere. Okay, then the third one would be to add a proclamation in November in honor of our veterans, if we don't already have one. I know that was a large ask because we have quite a few proclamations. And then my second one would be, any more clarity on that one?
Actually, can I ask a question? Because I was going to ask the same thing, but I'm wondering if we could ask staff to explore like all of the military holidays for the year and then come back with a recommendation on which would be the most appropriate in general to recognize, so we don't make someone feel like their
Okay,
sacrifice is less important.
Let me amend, I'll amend then.
Okay.
You want to clarify, you want to say that one? Because I think that's good.
I'm not sure if I can, but what I was going to say is I think if staff could review all the military holidays or appropriate months or, days of the year, and then come back with a recommendation about which would be the most general and all-inclusive, so we're not discounting or saying any one holiday is less than any other, any one war is less than any other.
And you want to limit it just to military-related holidays or any other national holidays that we also don't recognize?
I think at this point, Councilmember Pearson mentioned military, and that was
military.
where I was going to go with this too.
I'd like to limit it at military, and it's open to the public to bring it forth if they would like other ones. And also, this is out of order. So I'm not going to say it. There is a process, though, to bring proclamations, right?
Yep,
We have
so we'll
that.
bring back what you adopted in January with some proposed amendments, including some of these military holidays that aren't otherwise captured. And then we'll keep it broad enough that you can add any others that we may have missed and do it all at the same time.
And can I ask you to clarify too, Councilmember Pearson, are you wanting to do every one of them or a limited number of them? Because I know there's a lot.
I'd given 3, but I think an amendment is for a recommendation from staff to provide us an all-inclusive proclamation that would support our veterans and active duty military personnel. I think would be more thorough. And I would personally request that this not be brought back in June or July. I'd personally request that this be brought back because we do have one meeting in July, and I know that our next June meeting is going to be pretty full, that we give staff time to provide, to look this over, and that we come back, my hope would be in August or September.
So this is your first of the 2 steps, according to the policy, to make the request. On the very next agenda, we'll get staff direction to come back, and then we can schedule it accordingly.
Okay, thank you. Oh, I have others, yes, thank you. Next one, I would like a future agenda item directing staff to do research, a future agenda item that when staff return to make requests to increase staff positions at our wastewater and public works facility. And I would like council to direct staff to research the cost-benefit analysis of outsourcing services in lieu of adding said positions, except for essential and executive positions that need to be created and filled. Part 2 of that is to direct staff to research and make recommendations about a discount program for our residents on their water and waste bills, to include recommendations on where funding can be sourced and what implications it will have on our bottom line. And the third one is to direct staff to provide a presentation on our previous program/incentives for residents who make improvements supporting water conservation. And I think there was a suggestion about we already have money that was in there about the amounts that we do have available to support this type of program and how we can resurrect this program. Those are my. You got it all?
The second one, was that water and wastewater? Or are you talking about for all 3 utilities?
I'm sorry, all 3 utilities, yes, thank you.
Okay. And then, yes, I got the third one.
Okay, thank you.
I have just one. So we have a custom of if one of us asks a question, it goes back to everyone, and it's feeling a little uncomfortable. Like I feel like I'm breaking the Brown Act a little bit every single time I do that because I feel like people know where I'm leaning. So I think we either need a policy and clarify exactly when one of us asks questions, how does that get back to the rest of us without breaking the Brown Act? Because I do feel like sometimes I'm like, I know where someone's leaning, which I shouldn't know where they're leaning based on their questions. So we just need a process for our questions before council meetings on agenda items.
I hear your request. So we still have to ensure that we're giving all 5 of you as much of the same information as possible. But one of the things that policy could consider is not disclosing who stated something, and maybe that we forward information and say, hey, here's some additional information that's come up through discussions with others, and want to make sure you all have the same information. That may be a way to, would that satisfy your request?
No, I think I need to talk about it a little bit more.
Okay.
So we'll talk about it in detail.
Anything else? Okay. So for item F2.1, that is, I'm going to just read out the blurb here on the top. Future agenda item request from Vice Mayor Meyer related to the placement of a commemorative plaque at the former Davis camp located on the southeast corner of Brentwood Boulevard and Sunset Drive, and provide zoning information and plans for the property. So I will explain my request. I think what spoke to me when the East Contra Costa Historical Society representatives came is that Brentwood really honors its history and its agricultural roots, but we don't have a lot of specific commemorative monuments or plaques or anything that recognizes that, other than things like, for example, around City Hall where you've got the steps. I don't believe we've got, other than that and potentially like the John Marsh House, anything historical within the city limits, but would like to know more about that. But I think I want, first of all, the Historical Society to understand what is currently zoned in that area. I know the building needs to come down. It needs to be demolished. It's probably very unsafe. I understand there's some homeless residents with unleashed dogs moving in. I've heard some complaints about that. So I think there's an understanding and an acceptance that the building needs to come down. But for us to actually recognize with some sort of physical commemoration, what that site meant to our history. And we know that people moved here to get a better life. There was farming camps. There was the Davis family there that took such good care of the community and everybody there, and nobody was hungry and everyone had some support from each other. And I think it's a really important thing for us to save one spot where we can do that, where we can actually show that we're acknowledging our history and we understand how important it is to what our future is. So my goal here is to, like I said, both help the public understand what the zoning is, like what could potentially happen there, whether it's feasible. I know a park is a significant ask, and I know that's a lot of money, so I'm not necessarily doing that, but I do want to have the discussion so the public knows we're having the discussion. And then I want to explore the idea of having a plaque there to recognize that part of Brentwood's history, because I do think it's a big part of who we are and how we got to where we are now. So I believe I can now open public comment.
This is the time to comment on this agenda item. If you're in person, please file a speaker card. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand. Remarks are limited to 5 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. No public comments were received on this item prior to the meeting. I have no speaker cards in person. I do have one hand raised in Zoom. I'll call on Mary Casey Black. Go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Hi, everybody. I knew if I hung on just long enough, I'd be the first one to say good morning. So thank you for hanging in there. And Susanna, thank you so much for adding this agenda item. I'm speaking to you this evening as a lifetime resident of Brentwood, but also as president of the East Contra Costa Historical Society. And just wanting to impress upon all of you again, just a little bit more about the Davis Auto Camp and what it means to us. Along with a good number of residents, East Contra Costa Historical Society is very interested in the plans for this corner. Many lifelong residents of Brentwood have deep interest in this corner as a microcosm of a critical historical period of Brentwood's development. As you're aware, it was the site of Davis Auto Camp, which was only one of a number of camps that housed a great influx of farm workers from the Midwest during Depression and Dust Bowl. The people who found new life in these camps stayed and bettered their lives in Brentwood, and Brentwood their home. This influx of residents who settled in Brentwood generated the population base and created businesses, services, and the need for independent governance that supported in large part that Brentwood become a city in 1948. The Davis Auto Camp is not only a critical piece of our local history, but I don't know if you're aware that photos of Davis Auto Camp are also included in the series of photos by Dorothea Lange, the American documentary photographer best known for her Depression-era work for the Farm Security Administration. Her photographs humanize the consequences of the Great Depression as they documented the rural hardships and are currently part of the National Archives that are housed at the Oakland Museum of California. There's much public sentiment regarding the use of this area. Public comment was made at a previous city council meeting, as Susanna mentioned, and a recent posting on Facebook about Davis Camp generated over 95,000 views by residents current who have deep ties to Davis Camp in particular, or farm camps of the Depression era, and strongly support a park to commemorate this area's history. As this is the last vestige of land reminiscent of this important period of Brentwood's history, we feel it's important that consideration be given to how this land can best be used to preserve this local heritage in a visible and lasting way. Brentwood has regrettably lost most of its buildings that hold our history, and I think that this is an opportunity to not let this happen again. We strongly recommend thoughtful consideration be given to not only installing a plaque somewhere on this property, but by using the land to create a small park to commemorate and honor the history of the many farm camps established in Brentwood during the Depression Dust Bowl and the lives of the many residents, current and past, for whom these camps provided a place where while they worked toward a better life in the fertile fields of East Contra Costa County. Again, we feel we're jumping into this a bit late in the game. We weren't aware of action actually being happening here, so we're not really up to speed on what zoning possibly is, but it's interesting to note that that property aligns with the Marsh Creek Trail, which is a little park section right along the edge of the old Davis Camp parks, the Davis Camp area. So we feel that zoning possibly could be a precedent be set for that. So thank you for your time. Thank you for all you do. Oh my gosh, I can't believe all the issues you address in an evening. And thank you for your support of Brentwood. And we look to hopefully moving forward with you on this. Thank you.
I have no additional hands raised, and there's no speaker cards.
Thank you, Margaret. So we will close public comment. Does anyone have any questions or comments at this point?
I think it's a great idea. I think that I was thinking about where we would put a plaque that everyone would see it. And I know it's kind of weird, but aren't we going to redo all the sidewalks over there? Like, I don't, at some point, if we tear down the building, don't the sidewalks, or are the sidewalks all done and new?
The current draft of the RFP to demolish the building also demolishes all the concrete structures that are there so that when that property is sold, it's sold as a vacant lot that's available to be developed.
Because I was thinking, you know, a plaque, a big one, set into the sidewalk where everyone could see it. Because I was thinking like on a park bench, but then like if no one walks out to the park, you're not gonna see it. But, so I'm in support of it. I think it's a great idea. I think it is zoned, I think it's zoned for housing, but I don't remember.
Yeah, I think
Alexis isn't, I
that
don't know
was-
if you know what it's zoned for, Alexis.
I think it was split. But we have to, when we come back, if we come back with this, I think we do need to talk about SB 330 and what impact that would have. So just so people are clear on why we have the challenges we do. But there's a commemorative plaque over by John Marsh House that is, it's kind of a stone little structure with a plaque on it. That's what I was envisioning. But any other council comments or in fact, Alexis, did you have anything you wanted to add?
No, if you direct staff to spend time on this, then we can come back with an analysis of what the land use does and doesn't allow there.
Okay. Councilmember Peterson?
I like the idea of a plaque. I also would love to have something that talks about the history, because I think the presentations that were given that night was so amazing on the history that I didn't know, and it's like right around the corner from my house. But I was just wondering, just a question, and maybe in the future, is this something that also can be staff's direction about how this can culminate with our arts and how we can use funds from our Arts Commission, or if this is something that we can do out of our, I don't know, it's Parks and Rec, but our arts funds?
Yes, potentially there could be an opportunity here for some kind of public art.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions or comments? Then I would like to make a motion to spend staff time and resources further exploring the idea of a commemorative plaque And then also, again, sharing about the zoning for this parcel. Am I missing anything?
Our vernacular, I think you were describing a monument sign versus a plaque. So I just want to
Well,
make sure we're
yeah, I
talking
mean,
the same thing.
I guess I'm
Something
thinking of the monument over by John Marsh that has a plaque on it, but.
That's more a monument sign, I would say, then, yeah.
Mhm.
Those would be more expensive, but we can cost these things out and bring
I
back
think,
a
yeah,
couple options for you.
if you could cost them out, that would, and have options, that would be terrific. And do I have a second? Oh, yeah, that's a great idea. I think we should also, if we can, explore the option of using public art budget funding for this.
Yep, that was probably going to be one of our recommendations anyway.
Okay.
Yep.
Fantastic. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. We are now going into item F22. This is a future agenda item request from Councilmember Pearson for an informational report on the status of the project labor agreement policy negotiations. And Councilmember Pearson, can you please explain your request?
Yes, sure. So I said from the very beginning when I got elected that I would be completely transparent. And so in full transparency, I was contacted by Building and Trades. I was also contacted by the mayor of Antioch asking what was going on with our project labor agreement policy negotiations, that council had given staff instruction to start the negotiation process for a PLA, a citywide PLA, or other recommendations in the alternate. And I am not either for it or against it. I welcome the people who are for it and the opposition to please reach out and contact me so that I can hear all positions. But while I'm listening to those, I would like to find out the status of the negotiations and just to give direction for an informational report on the status.
And we could now open public comment.
This is the time to comment on this agenda item. If you're in person, please file a speaker card. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand. Remarks are limited to 5 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired, and no comments were received on this item prior to the meeting. And I do have one hand raised, and I'll call on Susan. Susan, go ahead. Susan, can you unmute?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Susan and I work for a non-union contractor, and I'm here to say no to a citywide PLA. We have bid on public work and have successfully completed projects. I can bid on a PLA, but after learning what the requirements are for non-union shop contractors, I would never risk bidding on one. I believe a citywide PLA will be harmful to Brentwood. Brentwood has very few union contractors because it cannot support them with continuous public work. If you plan on keeping your money in Brentwood and making sure that materials are purchased in Brentwood, a PLA would be the wrong way to go, because there are not enough local union workers here to do the work. You need all your local contractors working together to do your work. All PLAs have requirements that are harmful to non-union contractors. There is a core workforce requirement in all PLAs that allow non-union contractors to only have a couple of their own core workers. Union shops are allowed to have all their core workers. This is an unfair advantage, and no contractor knowingly would bid a job, union or non-union, without his core workers. A PLA is also harmful to union contractors that need to sub out work to non-union contractors, as many do. And I've been a sub to a union shop. When those non-union subcontractors won't bid on a PLA, it hurts the union contractors. There are also added expenses that non-union contractors are responsible for that union contractors do not have to pay. So that is also unfair to non-union contractors. There is no equity in bidding. Non-union contractors can be harmed trying to comply with just the administrative costs of PLA compliance and other requirements. Non-union contractors have been doing your work. They have been paying the prevailing wages and benefits that are required. There is nothing a PLA does except harm non-union contractors who try to bid. Do not abandon your local contractors who have been doing your work without a PLA. Do no harm and say no to a PLA. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no additional hands raised and there's no speaker cards.
Thank you, Margaret. We will close public comment. And other council members, if you have any questions or want to express comments on this item, please do so.
Yeah, I think the reason it didn't come back is I don't think it had council support. I think the majority of us that were on council did not see the benefit of having a PLA, so I think that's why it didn't come back. A PLA historically adds 20% to any job. So we just approved a $19 million job. So imagine that $19 million job, you've just lost $3.8 million of what you were going to spend on that, and now you only basically have $15.2 million. That's what a PLA does. It takes staff time. It really doesn't, so you're going to spend $3.8 million more for how many people that live in Brentwood? And I think if they're going to get prevailing wage, they're going to get prevailing wage. And I do think it would cut out, we have a lot of small construction companies in Brentwood, and I would not want to cut them out of being able to bid on jobs in Brentwood because they're not union. So this opens it up for union and non-union to come in and give our residents the best bid possible. So I can't support a PLA right now, if being the 20% that it adds to any job.
And I want to be clear that I'm not asking for a PLA. I'm just asking for informational report on the status of those negotiations. And the reason why is because there's been a bunch of talk about, like, we've asked for you all to do something and then we don't hear back from it. And so I'd like to hear back what the status of the negotiations were, so we can either decide like yes or no to shelf it, to say if we all decide no, because I'm not for or against it right now because I don't have enough information back from the report. And I'm so happy that the person who spoke tonight gave me so much stuff to go back and research. I really want the people who are in opposition to please reach out to me, because I've only had the people who are for it reaching out to me. But I think there are some great things, even what you just said. Those are the things I need to hear. But I'd like for us, for those things that have just been lingering out there, for us to say, like, this council is against it, and we don't even want staff to ever waste time anymore on it. If another council wants to bring up a PLA, they can. But I'd like for us to close the door on that or to further research it. But that's all I'm asking for, is just the informational report.
Well, I think the door was closed. I think they're going back to you with a different message, but I think the door was closed. I didn't leave them thinking that we were going to do anything else for them. I don't think Vice Mayor did at that point. Karen and Joel, I don't think did. I think they're coming at you saying that, but that's not, I mean, they can rewatch the meeting from the last time. I don't think we really wanted anything else. So I don't feel comfortable spending more staff time because they're trying to push us into spending more staff time. I think this is their agenda, and that is fine. They have the right to their agenda. But I also don't appreciate the mayor of Antioch, and I am cool with Lamar. I got no problems with Lamar. But when I have never told him what to do with his city or suggested anything. I would love for him to support the Our Neighborhood Voices initiative. I've never asked him to do that. And for him to call each and every single one of us and lobby for his #1 donor on his campaign is super offensive. Don't lobby me on behalf of your donors.
Did you want to say anything? I can add to that and say that at that meeting, I'm thinking back to it, there was a lot of discussion about, would you consider a citywide? Would you consider a per project? Staff recommendations at the time were to not necessarily adopt a citywide for a lot of the reasons that the caller just mentioned. I know one of our very prominent and high-level ex-employees who just recently left us was very vocal about being opposed to a citywide PLA. And I would agree, I was also solicited by the mayor and also solicited by some union representatives. And I have family members in the union. I'm not opposed to either. I think they do great work to bring people up from circumstances where they maybe didn't have a good career path and just have a really great lifestyle. So I think there's some really great things about it, but I don't believe at this time that I would like to support the idea of a PLA, a citywide PLA. And I think if we're talking about negotiations halting, it's because there was not, and I'm getting a look from Damien.
I need to jump in just momentarily, I mean, more than momentarily. Two points. One, the discussion on the agenda is not whether or not to do a citywide PLA. It is just for an informational report. So that's really where the discussion should be focused. And also to clarify, staff, after that meeting, whenever the council last discussed it, had begun negotiating with Buildings and Trade over a citywide PLA based on what they heard at the meeting. Those negotiations did stop. I don't remember whose court it was left in, but staff did have direction on that. And it was done through our former Public Works Director, but with him gone, nothing has occurred since then. So that is still out there, just to clarify that. There were active negotiations.
If I recall, he called and we had a conversation, and it was the 20%. That was the killer. So, I mean,
I don't believe staff ever received direction from the full council to stop the negotiations, but they have not, nothing's occurred in recent months as far as I'm aware.
Yes, I agree. I think that's where, because I started doing my research and I did meet with Mickey and before Mickey left, and Mickey said, yeah, the negotiation stopped. It was left in Buildings and Trades. We talked about this and they had a threshold of 1 million. And we thought that was not, as a city, we weren't going to do a $1 million threshold. And it was in Building and Trades ball court, but there was no more direction. The negotiation window is just like sitting there in the universe. So I did watch the meeting that you're talking about. It did seem like it was the consensus that the council did not want to move forward. I think there is so much evidence to support why we wouldn't move forward, but I just like to start closing the door on some of these things. So that's why the only reason why I asked for an informational report. I'm not asking for a PLA. I just want to make that very clear.
I guess I can't even, I don't want staff spending one more minute on this. And so I can't support this.
And I feel like Damien just gave us a slight informational report, kind of. So it takes care of where we are. And I'm happy to, that does satisfy my request of knowing exactly what the status is. And so we're all clear about that there is this sitting here. I am okay with pulling this item without council even voting on it. It was informational and I feel like I've been informed. Yeah.
Thank you. I guess we don't need any more clarification on that. And at this point, I will take a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And opposed. Okay. Thank you, everyone. Good night.